Thank you, everyone, and welcome to 2021 Justice Day. It is a jam-packed day for everyone. The committee has been working very hard. You saw from the bios, the speakers that we have for today, and you had some homework today. So I hope all of you did your homework like a teacher tells their students. And I hope you enjoyed your homework and got to learn a lot because that homework was very important for today's session. I am few things that I wanted to let you know is we will give the chance to everyone to ask live questions during Q&A. So if you have any questions, please jot it down. Either you can put it in the comment box or you can ask yourself, but it will be during Q&A, and you can raise your hand in the computer and we'll be happy to call on you. Please make sure that you have your phones muted, and if you're walking around, just turn off your video for a few minutes so it's not distracting to anyone. And last but not least, I recommend to make the most of today's day. Do the speaker view. This way you get to hear the speaker, you get to see the PowerPoints that they have. And welcome to Justice Day. I am very happy to introduce to you Chief of Staff for DeKalb DEA's office, Jennifer Stolarski. She will take us to the rest of the day, and she has chaired the Justice Day for many years. And Jennifer, welcome aboard.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. On this bright sunny day, it's good to see the sunshine after we've had some not so sunny days recently. I'm Jennifer Stolarski, and as the chair of the Justice Day Committee, I want to welcome you to our virtual program. By now, you have probably become quite familiar with alumni standing before you and saying they are from the best class ever. I am not going to do that this morning, but what I will do is proudly claim that I got to work alongside the best committee ever. The 23 members of the Justice Day Committee are judges, they're private civil attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, law enforcement officers, community activists and leaders, and elected officials. And they all put their hearts and their time and their energies into curating a really great day for you today. Although they're not all on Zoom at this moment to see the finished project, they will be popping in and out today. And I just want to start the day by thanking them for all the time and energy and effort they put into today. Like most things over the past 51 weeks, and yes, I did say 51 weeks, Justice Day looks and feels very different this year. There were aspects of this program that we simply could not do this year because of the limitations of social distancing. But our committee felt very strongly that this year, Justice Day was more important than ever, and that we needed to deliver a program that was current with what we all were experiencing as a collective community. We are living through history as we face a global health pandemic that has fundamentally shaken the way our court systems operate. Simultaneously, we are facing a reckoning with the very racism that has been the building blocks of our criminal justice system. In the past year, we have seen more than 10,000 demonstrations and movements to demand reform in police departments nationwide. And we remember today the names of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery. We struggle with the images of white insurrectionists storming and leaving the US Capitol largely unharmed, juxtaposed against images of Black Americans who can't do ordinary things like watching birds, driving their cars, jogging through neighborhoods, lying in their beds, without the risk of paying the ultimate price during an interaction with police. So today will be very different, both in format and in content. We will not walk through the life cycle of a case. We will not present a lineup of electeds and agency heads showcasing the work of their individual offices, as worthy as those projects might be. And I want to thank, as a side note, our leaders who almost universally agreed to resist the temptations of a captive audience to spotlight their individual work. Instead, we come today with a collective higher goal: to create space and dialogue around the critical issues of race and the pandemic as they intersect with public safety and the criminal justice system. It's a tall order to accomplish in the amount of time that we have and in the format that we have to use today. But our committee felt very strongly that we had an obligation to at least try our best to do it. So I invite you to settle in and be as present as possible as we grapple with the topics that have been dominating our news feeds for the past year, that have not always dominated the real life conversations that we have with other leaders. I want to acknowledge that when we are confronting and dialoguing about these topics, it can add trauma for those who are already experiencing trauma. So if at any point you need to pause today, that is okay. And with that, I want to invite Solicitor General Donna Coleman to kick off our first session with the very important task of getting the foundational knowledge needed for the rest of our day.
All right. Good morning, all. And thank you all for having me here today. I'm excited about it. And Jenny, you've done a wonderful job of presenting what this year looks like compared to all the other years. So while I'm speaking here this morning, I may come back in a little later just to kind of watch, because I'm certainly interested to hear where people are now. As we know, 2020 has kind of put us everywhere, everywhere except together. But the opportunity to speak to you guys this morning is something I'm truly grateful for. Thank you, Leadership DeKalb, for having me here again. And I hope that I feel and give you all the information that can assist you in having an overview of the criminal justice system. My name is Donna Coleman Stribling. I am the solicitor here in DeKalb, and I'm going into my second term. I never assume that you all know what the solicitor is, so I'll start with saying I'm the lead misdemeanor prosecutor for DeKalb County. That is what I do. That is the work of my office. But I want to start with kind of where Jenny left off. 2 days ago, I had the opportunity to speak at a school. I was surprised because initially when I received the invitation, I thought it was going to be virtual. About a week before, I realized, oh, they want me here in person. But I went. And I had the opportunity to be the Black History speaker. I asked the students, what is it that you would tell your children, nieces or nephews, about 25 years from now, about what you experienced in 2020 during this pandemic? What would you tell them about Black history? And one young man said, I would tell them that it's not over. That as I sat in a classroom in 2021, that the history of African-American people are still being written. Because I actually had the opportunity to witness the things like what happened to George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. And I saw my parents react to it. And he talked about walking with his mother for 2.2 miles in honor of Ahmaud Arbery. And this child was not an African-American child. I thought he actually has now taught us what our criminal justice system is and what it can do and where it can go. So let me begin by telling you today that as they asked me to speak about criminal justice and an overview of it in about 20 minutes, and now I'm down to about 17. Let me begin by telling you that that overview, I can't give it to you. What I can give you is a basic knowledge of it, and I can tell you what your role is in it. Because I think if anything I can tell you today that you can take away is to know what your role is in the criminal justice system. You have a bigger impact on the system than any of us, whether we sit here as prosecutors or judges or law enforcement. You all have the biggest influence. I say that because you have the ability to vote. You have the ability to protest. You have the ability to choose the legislators you want to change the laws. When we talk about criminal justice reform, really, a lot of those decisions are in your hands. You are, in fact, the change makers. So I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint here for just a second. You guys see that? Okay. The first thing, let me tell you, is that the criminal justice system is not like what we see on TV. It is not what you see in these TV shows that I'm pulling up. As much as I want to say it is, and I love watching those shows as well, the work looks a little different. And I say that because as a prosecutor, and now I've spent about 17 years of my career as a prosecutor, a lot of it had the discretion that we have and the work that we do has a lot to do with what we know about our community, about the people that we serve, about what our community wants, what do we think is fair. And it can't happen in 60 minutes. It certainly can't be investigated in one day. And those pieces of information is not simply in a file. It is what has occurred prior to getting into your office. And so as I teach the people who work for me, please do not come to me with information that is in a file. Come to me with information that you know. Have you talked to people? Have you figured out what really happened? Have you learned why? Because every case that we have, understand this, it will always affect more than just one person. It won't just affect the defendant. It will affect the victim, and it will affect the people that we have taken an oath to serve. So as I stated before, everyone has a role and everything is changing. Let me talk a little bit about some of the things you may hear about. There are 4 that are listed on your screen. One is record restriction. And maybe this is a term that you've heard, you may not have heard it before. But record restriction is actually what used to be called expungement. It is essentially restricting a person's criminal history. Recently, the legislators have changed which charges can be restricted. They've increased them. They've increased them mostly in the state of Georgia on the misdemeanor level. So a year ago, there were cases that were not automatically restricted. As we sit here starting in January of 2021, in my office, we now have the ability to restrict records that we could never do before. That is because we have legislators who said, hey, we need to get these things off of people's records. We need to allow them a second opportunity. We need to allow the prosecutors the ability to restrict these records and offer more opportunities. So when I tell you that you all have the biggest influence on that criminal justice system, it is true, because you all vote for the legislators and you talk to your legislators and you tell them what you think needs to be done. Marijuana is always a big question that I'm asked. As we sit here today, marijuana is still illegal. But how that is prosecuted or how that is handled is dependent upon the people you choose to sit in the seats. The example, the seat that I'm in. As an elected prosecutor, I have the discretion to decide if, in fact, I believe that there are some cases that we want to perhaps divert and place these individuals into programs instead of having a conviction. So once again, you all have such a huge impact and influence on what can happen regarding criminal justice. Body cams. When I started in prosecution, well, I was gonna say what date, but then I don't want you to think I'm a minute over 30. But I'll just say years ago, we didn't have body cams. We didn't have the opportunity to review what was going on in a case and provide that information to the defense and give people a bird's eye view of what happened. That was because people said, listen, we need to look and see what happened in these matters. And maybe our law enforcement do need to wear body cams. And overall, we look at criminal justice reform, which is really, to be honest, is really just starting. We're really at the beginning of what criminal justice reform really is. I imagine in the next 5 to 10 years, the reform will be reformed. So you sit as the biggest change makers and the largest group of people to change what we do in our system. Let's talk about some of the alternatives to prosecution. And I say that because everybody's heard of the words accountability courts and things like that. But understand this, you sit in a county that have two elected prosecutors, the district attorney as well as the solicitor, who've decided that we need to offer people second chances, opportunities that they may not have. And then you also live in a county or work in a county that have judges, and you have two judges that sit, I know at least two judges that sit in this class, Judge Alexander as well as Judge Anderson, who are open and certainly work with us every single day with these types of court programs in order to give people more opportunities, more resources, and more access. So the DeKalb County has, I've always felt that DeKalb County has been the leaders when it comes to determining different ways to prosecution. And we're blessed to also have a public defender who works in that system. And we work well together in processing these cases, looking at them, determining, is this something that needs to go through the normal process of prosecution, or is this something we can resolve in a different way? So let me talk about some of in what I'll say, the personnel, the people who work within this court system. As I mentioned earlier, you all know about the judges, and we have superior court judges, state court judges, magistrate court, and most people kind of are trying to still figure out what exactly does magistrate court deal with. They're usually the first level of judges that most individuals see. When a person is arrested, their case may come before a magistrate court judge. And that judge is determining things like bond and conditions, and they're listening to some of the preliminary evidence in the case. And so understand that our magistrate court serves a significant role in that first step in the criminal justice system. You also have probate court and juvenile court. As I mentioned earlier, you always have your prosecutors, and that is the district attorney as well as the solicitor general. And then you deal with law enforcement. And in DeKalb, you have both, and you'll hear from them later on this afternoon, you have your sheriff, your police chief. Of course, you have fire, code enforcement, and probation. In my office, while we deal with all of those entities, the one that you may not have realized or even thought about before is code enforcement, because my office prosecutes ordinance cases. And we work closely with code enforcement in moving forward with those matters. And the criminal justice system is also made up of a group of people. These are the interested parties in the case, whether they be the victim, the defendant, the witness, the juror. Those are the people who play a significant role every day in moving these cases forward and making a determination on how these cases are resolved. But then on the outer portion of this, you will also notice that I've listed another group. I've listed the clerk's office. Most people will say, well, you know, what is exactly their role? They hold the information. They're the ones who hold the files. They are keeping a record of everything that we have in our court system, and they play a significant role in what that looks like. I've already mentioned the accountability courts and programs, but you also have, outside of your interested parties, including your victim and your defendants, you have neighborhoods who are involved and concerned about what may happen in a case. You have church members, you have businesses, you have nonprofit organizations, and as well, you have schools. You also have cities, because in DeKalb County, we just don't sit as one county. We also are combined, and we have a number of cities that that feed into our county and may feed into some of our criminal justice system and the processes. So once again, how do you play a role? Most of you serve probably in at least 2 of these circles, but you also may serve in the 3rd. You always play a role every time you vote, because you're voting to determine who should lead in some of the decisions that are being made. That means you're voting for your DA, you're voting for your solicitor, you're voting for your judges, you're voting for your legislators. You may also serve as a community partner. That means you may sit on a nonprofit, or you may lead a domestic violence shelter. Those community partners also play a significant role, because we figure out how to use them as a resource. How can they come into the courtroom and we connect our victims and our defendants to these community partners and organizations? But the last one is through jury service, and I want to bring that up and focus on it for just a minute. In 2019, and we don't have stats for 2020, because as you know, we are not had people serve in a jury most of 2020. But in 2019, jurors who were summoned for jury duty was about 116,000 people. How many people were actually called in and required to report? Almost 41,000. Of that 41,000, 20,000 failed to attend. Just think about it. For all the work that we've done in criminal justice reform, for all the work that we've done in order to ensure that the rights of an individual who's charged is protected, that they're given a fair shot, that they are among their peers when a decision is made. If 20,000 people of the 41,000 people choose not to come, is that really being fair? Whenever we get back to getting into a courtroom, whenever that day is that we are actually able to begin trying cases again, if you walk away with no other message from today, if you get a jury summons, we need you. We need you to serve. We to continue to make this system go. We will already be behind because this pandemic has everyone behind. But there are people who are charged with cases. There are people who will face a jury. There are people who will face a judge who are now a year further back, or maybe 2 years or 3 years seeking justice, and they need you. There are victims who need your voice. We need your service. For all the work that we've done, remember, when we get back, we still need you to serve. I want to talk about something, and let me just.
I'm going to interrupt you. We have a question in the chat that relates to your slide about FTAs.
Okay, sure.
Greg Sims is asking, what factors do you think are driving those FTAs, especially such a high rate of increase in 2019?
I believe, and those were just the stats that I was provided by the court at the time. But I believe that people truly feel as if, okay, I'll just go in another day. I was busy this week. I have this type of work going on. And they honestly, if you hear why a lot of people will come in, they'll say, well, they can pick somebody else to do this week. I have something else going on. Honestly, I think and my hope is that the pandemic will take us in a different direction where people will realize they're really needed in this system. So, and don't get me wrong, there's always the option that maybe they don't live in DeKalb anymore. And so they just chose not to respond to the questionnaire. Or there truly was an emergency that kept them from being able to attend. But I think when most people get jury service, I usually get a lot of questions about how do I get out of it. But it is the reminder that jury service is just as important as serving in the military, because it is a service to your country.
And so we have another related, I think this has struck a nerve with folks. We have another related question. It says, what happens when people FTA? Are those cases postponed, or do they not have a jury present?
Usually if a person FTAs, they are usually sent another summons and they're asked to come in on a different day. There are several opportunities that individuals are given to come in before, they're getting that nasty note that says, hey, if you don't respond, you're in trouble with the court. But it does leave us with a smaller group of people to choose from. And if you imagine, just think about it. You have Superior Court judges who are trying cases as well as state court judges who are trying cases. There could very well, prior to the pandemic, you could have, 7 or 8 trials going on in a courtroom, in the courthouse. And so you need a large pool of jurors to select from. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, looking in the chat box, Christian Bright is asking, are defendants able to be diverted pre-indictment, or do they have to go through more of a court process before a decision can be made?
So I'm glad you asked that question, because the idea of diversion starts with the ability to do it at either pre-indictment or pre-accusation. So the prosecutor's office have the ability to say, before I indict it or accuse it, I think that this person, we can put him in a program. I don't think you're limited to that. It can happen after indictment or accusation as well. But certainly in my office, we have the ability to, and in fact, we strive to send them to programs pre-indictment, or I'm sorry, not pre-indictment, but pre-accusation, so that if we can keep it from being a formally accused case that sits on their record that they later have to restrict, that's our best option.
Awesome. I think there's one more back to jury service. So you really hit a nerve here, Donna, with stressing how important it is. So the question is, what do you think we can do to entice service? What are the additional benefits to serving on jury duty? Because, as the Holly is mentioning, people don't like to miss work or
Right.
lose money because of missing work. What are those benefits, those intangibles that folks get out of serving on the jury?
I think about a case. In fact, I still keep the letter. I had a juror who wrote me a letter after I tried a case. It's probably been 8 years now. And she said that she got an experience she will never be able to replace. In fact, what she wrote in the letter was, I didn't want to do this. And it was a hard case. It was a case that ended with having to make a serious decision about what was going to happen. And it was a long sentence. And she didn't feel that she was the right person to sit. But then the question becomes, then who is that right person? If the only question that you really have to answer about jury services, can I be fair and impartial? And you cannot leave that up to everyone else and say that you can't be that person. We need all of you. And we need people who will walk in there, listen to the facts, and make a decision based on what they heard, not based on the way a person looks or what they think happened. And the only way to present that is to recognize it is truly, truly the same level of service that you give to your community, that you give to the defendant, that you give to the victim, which is why it's a group of peers. I usually start off when I talk to people telling I am from DeKalb County. I've lived here my whole life. There's no better place that I feel that I need to give back to, but we need people who care about this community, care about the people who are being brought into court, care about everyone in the system, and they are the ones that we're asking every day to be fair to, and we need you. So the only incentive is to remind people that if they thought about Ahmaud, if they thought about George Floyd, if those things bothered you, you have to do it. You have to understand how important this role is.
Thank you so much, Donna. We are at time. Thank you to our class for the great questions. We can all give a Zoom round of applause to our Solicitor General for the fantastic presentation. And I hope that you all will take her encouragement and her emphasis on jury service, because it really is the most direct way that an ordinary citizen can every day contribute to upholding our democracy in a very real and tangible way. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we are going to move on to our next session with Colonel Long from our DeKalb County Sheriff's Office. Colonel Long, I believe you are on the Zoom at this point. Would you like for us to run the video from our end, or would you like to run the video from your end?
Oh, you can run it, that's fine.
Okay, awesome. Would you like to go ahead and introduce yourself to the class before we start the video?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Colonel Long. I am the commander for field operations at DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, court operations at DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, and I am the chief jailer. So I am third in charge, working under Sheriff Melody Maddox and Chief Akes, and we operate under excellence, accountability, and respect here at DeKalb County Sheriff's Office. I've been working here for about 27 years, and you know, this is one of the best jobs I've had. Our facility is approximately 27-year-old facility. I was one of the first deputies to work or officers at the time, to work in our facility. So it's about 27-year-old building, our jail. And then you'll be able to see in this tour pretty much how our jail operates, the process from the book in to the book out. And then we also will have the field operation commander will speak and tell you a little bit about what he does on the video. And then the court commander, Major Emerson, will speak on the video and tell you a little bit about what he does in court operations. After the video, if you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any of the questions for you all. Video had a lot of information based on jail operations. And normally when Leadership DeKalb pre-COVID, you all would have taken a tour. And I mean, it's, you know, it's like you gotta wear your tennis shoes on that day. And yeah, we really get you to exercise on that day and take you around and see everything. And it's usually one of the favorite things from Leadership DeKalb is to take a tour of our jail facility. The sheriff office has 3 different operations. Like I originally said, it is jail operations, field operations, and court operations. Those are the 3 operations that we have. And although we did focus on the video, mostly on the jail, because that's the area that you really don't get to see, you know, unless you're incarcerated, you really don't get to see all that we just showed you. But field operations and court operations, we try to do a little bit of a tour of that also. I just wanted to mention that all of our operations are accredited. We have our field operations is CALIA accredited. Our jail operations is what we call ACA accreditation. And then our other accreditation is with medical, our medical staff. All of our medical staff is highly trained and certified. And those accreditations that we have are called the Triple Crown. And it's important for me to mention that to you all because the Triple Crown is very important to us here because every jail does not have that. So we are one of very few jails that have the Triple Crown, meaning that we're touching bases and making sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do as law enforcement officers. So if you all have any questions for me.
So Colonel Long, thank you so much for that video. To the class members, I will tell you that, you know, I've done the tour of the jail several years in a row now, and the video was so thorough and complete and comprehensive that I honestly learned more watching the video than I did on some of the tours because you can hear everything that's being said and you got to see such a wide variety of the services that are offered and different aspects of the jail. So thank you so much to your team, and y'all did just a great job. We are scheduled to take a break right now, and what I'd like to do is to ask Colonel Long to stick with us for the next 10 minutes during the break time, and for class members who need to get up and take a stretch or comfort break, please go ahead and do that. But if you want to stay back and ask questions of Colonel Long about the jail or any of the other types of services that are offered by the Sheriff's Office, please feel free to do that because that was a lot of great food for thought, and probably you learned things that you had no idea that the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office oversees. So we'll take a 10-minute break, but please, those who want to stay and continue to engage, do that. And I did see that someone did pose a question in the chat, Colonel Long, about has occupancy increased or decreased over the years with different legislation like marijuana decriminalization being passed? Have you noticed any trends in terms of occupancy?
Yes, so post-COVID, since COVID, we actually have less inmates in our facility. And one of the reasons that we have less inmates, we normally have an influx of misdemeanors that are arrested in our county. And when misdemeanors are arrested, they usually have bonds that they're usually able to bond themselves out. Either they have the money on them or they can collect the money with their family and friends and they're able to get out of the jail. Then we have felony inmates that usually stay in here until they have a trial, or they could be released on a higher bond if they can pay to get out. But since COVID, we have had judges do what is called, it's called unsecured judicial release. That's the new name. We used to call it something different, but the new name is unsecured judicial release. So we have the judges now, when we have misdemeanors come in, depending on what their charges are, if they are non-violent charges, then they're able to be released and to come back to court for another date. And of course, because people are social distancing, we're not having an influx at all of arrestees coming in. Our daily count is very much lower than it used to be pre-COVID. So the only upkeep that I do see is the charges of battery domestic violence. There is an increase of battery domestic violence. And, that may have to do with, COVID, everyone's in the house together. I don't really know the stats on why, but that is an increase.
Thank you for that. There's a question about what is the total budget to operate the jail per year?
The total budget to operate, I believe I want to say it's I want to say it's 3.5 million. However, I mentioned before that our jail is very old. It's 27 years old. So we do have an increase of what we have to use because we have a lot of areas that have maintenance upgrades that are needed here in our facility. It's an old facility.
Anyone else have any other questions for Colonel Long? All right. Well, thank you so much. And please extend our deep appreciation and gratitude to your team for the excellent video. We really appreciate you all rising to the challenge to allow us to be able to experience the tour virtually, given our limitations this year. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. You all enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna just be holding for about 2 minutes while our panelists for the next session join us and we finish up our break.
Okay, so thank you, Roby. I know that you're wondering why we would show you just some sexy little vignettes from a television show, but our next segment here is justice and public safety during the pandemic. So how the justice impact itself has been impacted like everything else. Now we know that this pandemic has had an effect on really all of our walks of life. What we endeavor to do in this segment is to provide some insight and understanding on how it's impacted this system, and certainly not all aspects of the courts. We would not have time for that in a week. But what you may see as this program unfolds is that while there's a spectrum of priority within the courts and the justice system, very little, if anything, it can be considered low priority. So it's high priority and higher priority. Now, the administration of the courts requires that there be a balance of the constitutional liberties that are at stake, such as those of incarcerated individuals who are innocent until proven guilty, and yet held until they can be afforded a fair trial by jury, some of them, with people patiently awaiting their own days in court to seek justice for personal injury, wrongful death cases. There are people waiting on divorces, child custody matters, adoptions, and the sense of safety that sometimes can come with the issuance of a temporary restraining order. We're going to try and address some of these things. We've put together a panel of several knowledgeable professionals who will shed light on this situation for you. I'm providing very, very abbreviated introductions for our panelists, since you've been provided with more thorough bios, and I could speak for the entire allotted time if I went through all the accomplishments of the folks on the panel. So as I said, my name's Dan DeWaskin, and my law firm, DeWaskin Law Firm, is here in Decatur. We specialize in criminal defense and personal injury cases. I've represented people charged with traffic tickets and people charged with murder or extremely serious crimes. My partner and I devote much of our time these days to personal injury matters, but we continue to work and enjoy the practice of criminal law. I'm also a past president of the DeKalb Bar Association and a past president of the Rotary Club of Decatur. Now, our esteemed moderator is Shamirical Rankin. She's a partner of the CP Law Group, where she's director of litigation. Schmierkel has worked as an insurance defense attorney as well as an advocate for plaintiffs who've been injured by the actions of others. Her practice is focused on catastrophic personal injury cases, wrongful death, medical malpractice, and other matters. She's currently a director for the Young Lawyers Division for the State Bar of Georgia and the president of the Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys. On our panel, we also have Honorable Asha Jackson. She's the Chief Judge of DeKalb Superior Court. Judge Jackson's been on the Superior Court bench since 2012. She was herself a trial attorney before being appointed to the bench. She is also the founding and presiding judge of DeKalb's Felony Mental Health Court. It's a very important court. And she also created Project Pinnacle. This is a very successful and an intense program focused on redirecting nonviolent youthful offenders. Judge Jackson presides over family law cases, felonies, certain civil cases, and other matters that fall within the jurisdiction of the Superior Court. We also have Judge Fatima Al-Amin. She is a judge in our DeKalb County Juvenile Court, and since she was appointed there in 2014. Judge Al-Amin has had experience as a prosecutor in the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office and as a senior attorney in the DeKalb County Child Advocacy Center. This is where she was responsible for litigation that related to the advocacy for abused and neglected child clients. She currently presides over dependency, delinquency, and traffic cases in juvenile court. Alex Merritt, my law partner, is a personal injury trial attorney who spent 4 years as an assistant district attorney with the DeKalb County DA's office. And after leaving the DA's office in 2015, he joined my firm and focuses on personal injury cases and wrongful death cases. He's also a board member of the DeKalb Volunteer Lawyers Foundation and teaches at several trial programs at Emory Law School. Aisha Blanchard Collins of the Blanchard Collins Law Firm this is a Decatur family law attorney. She has been operating her own firm since 2013 and previously held a position as a pro bono fellow for Hunt & Williams, where she represented low-income clients exclusively in family cases. She also spends a great deal of time working as a guardian ad litem in contested child custody cases. And finally, Doug Tazi is a Decatur business attorney who has extensive experience in landlord-tenant law, and he has mediated somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 landlord-tenant matters over the past 20 years as a licensed and registered neutral. He understands challenges faced by both tenants who are having trouble paying rent due to layoffs and other COVID-related issues, as well as landlords who, without the payment of rent, worry about foreclosures and are currently prevented from seeking the sort of expeditious evictions that might otherwise take place in the absence of pandemic protocols and moratoria. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Schmierkel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be with you all today and to moderate this timely panel. We just finished watching clips from one of my favorite TV shows, All Rise, and this season they have portrayed how the justice system has been affected by COVID. They also provided a foreshadowing of sorts of what we can anticipate the new normal will look like when courts fully reopen. Judge Jackson, here in Georgia, COVID abruptly interrupted judicial proceedings. Almost a year later, courts and lawyers have begun to adapt to our new legal landscape. When people are summoned to court, be it virtual or in person, that means that they must come. What steps have been taken to ensure that everyone is safe?
Well, first of all, good morning to everybody, to this wonderful class. This has become a new normal for Leadership DeKalb, and that this is the first class that I think has been pretty much fully virtual. And so like the court system, you've had to adapt just as we have had to adapt. And so before I answer that question, I want to say what is the most important point today, that I am a member of the 2015 best class ever. So I thought you all want to know that I have on my name tag today. But it isn't, that's right, Sonia Tasha Brown, best class ever. All right, so just a bit about the court system. As Dan said, we could be here until next week talking to you about the justice system, and we struggled with what takeaways we wanted you to have as we talk about the justice system. As the Chief Judge of the Superior Court, I also serve as the 4th District Administrative Judge in the state of Georgia, which effectively means that I had to bring together everyone who delivers justice in DeKalb County when the pandemic hit. And that was no small feat because, as you know, even as you go about your daily life, while we may tangentially know how people operate their business and what they do, you don't really have an in-depth understanding of how a decision that you make might impact operations in someone's office or the public. So a lot of things had to be done by trial and error because we've not lived in a pandemic before. And so when we think about how we deliver justice, when the pandemic hit, the immediate response was pretty much to shut things down. Well, constitutionally, courts must remain open. So how do you shut something down while also keeping it open? And I won't run you through the full timeline and gamut of the decisions that had to be made pretty quickly. But what I will tell you is we have been in DeKalb the leaders in addressing how to respond to this pandemic. We have been able to provide services to the public by way of access to records and documents because we had begun to put in place under the leadership of our clerk, Deborah DeBerry, an online judicial filing system so that at any point in time, the public could have access to much needed records. We had to keep the property records room open in the clerk's office because those title searches have to be done in person, oftentimes using the books. And as you may have seen and heard in the news media, we had a really high infection rate in DeKalb County. In fact, we were in the top 3 initially. We're not there now. We're 7 or 8. And that's due in large part because I think we take it so seriously in DeKalb County. So to that end, while remaining open, the courthouse for all intents and purposes is pretty much closed to regular in-person court sessions right now. And that has been the case since the pandemic hit. Behind the scenes, everyone was working really hard to make sure that we were keeping staff members safe and keeping the building safe and making sure we put things in place to protect the public. So we spent a great deal of time on our task force call, which involves all the classes of court and all of the stakeholders that deliver justice, talking about how to make the building safe. We spent a considerable amount of time making sure that our air filtration system was updated in the courthouse and making sure we had the top of the line air filtration system. Prior to that, we had been focusing on PPE and making sure we had face masks and shields and plexiglass put up in the courtrooms with the idea that we would be able to return to having court sessions. And then the air issue became the predominant issue. And it took some time because, you know, some of the buildings are older. They hadn't been retrofitted to be able to allow for the accessory of the air filtration that we now have in place. And once we were able to do that, then we started to think about how we might phase back in having hearings for all types of cases. So I will tell you just in short form that for the most part, we have the capability and the law allows that we can have civil hearings in the virtual setting. So
I have to control that there's no surprises. I have to let them know what's going to happen. Now, there's a moment when a jury may walk back in. We, of course, don't know what a judge is going to do, but part of that is knowing the venue, knowing the court, knowing the prosecutors. One of the troubles with this pandemic is the question of when. And I am in no better position than anybody else to tell them when we're going to get this fixed, when they're going to get in, when they're going to have their day in court. So it has a tremendous impact, and these backlogs will go on for a long time. The courts were never, at least DeKalb County was never thin on having cases. So the judges and the prosecutors, everyone's working very hard to manage this backlog, but things got worse with this, and they're still progressing. So we're trying to find a way through.
Thank you for that, Dan. Judge Elamine, we've discussed how COVID has affected criminal and civil cases, but there are also cases that are pending before the juvenile court. And many of the families in juvenile court have unstable housing and they lack reliable internet connections. So how exactly is the court ensuring access to hearings, given that all juvenile court hearings are presently being conducted by Zoom?
All right. Thank you and good morning to everyone. Yes, Attorney Rankin is absolutely correct. The majority of the children and families, unfortunately, that come through the juvenile court system are of very limited means. You would be shocked to know how many of the children we serve live in extended stay motels. And I'm talking families of 6 or more staying in one little hotel room. Many of the kids are in foster homes or group homes. Many of the families simply can barely pay the most basic bills and aren't even paying those bills. And those economic factors are a lot of the factors that help usher them into the juvenile court system, unfortunately. So internet access is a luxury for many of our families. And unlike Superior Court, we don't have juries in juvenile court. So we've been able to move through most of our cases via Zoom. But there is not a single day that I am in court that I do not have at least 2 different people who cannot access Zoom. Either they manage to get on there and they don't have audio, or they don't have a connection at all. And when I reference people, I'm talking about the parents and the children. So what we've done at juvenile court, understanding the limitations of our population, is we've set up 2 mobile computer stations at the court. So if you have a case in juvenile court and you don't have reliable internet, you can physically come to the courthouse. And fortunately, we sit right across from the MARTA station, a block up from the MARTA station. You can physically come to the courthouse and we have the station set up for you such that you can have your Zoom court hearing. Even if the judge, for instance, if I'm at home doing the hearing, you can still be at the courthouse and have privacy for your hearing. So that's what we've done.
That is awesome, Judge Elamine, and very convenient, especially considering that access to justice still has to go on even during a pandemic. Now, speaking of family law matters, Aisha, there has been a nationwide spotlight on the rise in domestic violence during this pandemic. Domestic violence issues are considered an essential matter, and the process of petitioning the court for an order of protection has continued. Can you talk about how this process has changed and how the impact of those changes and what they've had on the parties?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. So yes, temporary orders of protection are provided by the court when there are issues of domestic violence, stalking, and they have been on the rise. And one of the concerns has been that a lot of times the way that these families come to the attention of the court, whether that's juvenile court or superior court, is through a mandated reporter at school. And because children are, by and large virtual, we're concerned about, we know that it's on the rise, but do we really know? Because we may not be capturing some of those folks. That being said, the way that the process has changed is if you go to the court and you ask for an order of protection, if you have met the legal standard to obtain one, you are constitutionally or statutorily required to have a hearing within 30 days. So that way the defendant, the respondent, can come to court and defend themselves. And that deadline has been told. So what I will say is that I kind of see this from two different perspectives as a family law attorney. On the one hand, kind of like I think what Dan was saying, if you're a victim of domestic violence, you have an extended period of time under which those protections are afforded. However, if you are the respondent defendant and you are prevented from seeing your kids under that initial order, you might not be able to get into court for several months to defend yourself. And I've actually had clients on both sides of that spectrum. What I will say is that I agree with Judge Jackson. I practice all over Metro Atlanta. I do think that DeKalb has done a really great job at, staying ahead of the times and at least attempting to provide access and acknowledge the challenges that we face in our own community. But it's a slow roll, and the backlog from a civil perspective is absolutely impacting victims of domestic violence and those who are accused of committing those acts.
I want to stay on this topic for a moment. I'm dealing with family law issues. Being physically present in court can prove helpful, especially for young children who are highly impressionable and often lack confidence in the courtroom setting. Judge El-Amin, in this culture of virtual court, how can we get children to be candid, open, and fully informed in their testimony and communications with their attorney?
Well, honestly, it's very, very difficult. I can speak from my own experience. One of the reasons I became a juvenile court judge is because I had spent 10 years representing children who were victims of abuse and neglect. And I always prided myself on having a great rapport with the children. And on the bench, that was one of the things that I loved, just kind of interacting with the children and the families. And that's one of the things that I have missed the most. It's taken away some of the beauty of the work that I do, quite frankly, just not being able to have that in-person interaction. And so I know it's difficult, and I've seen it with the practitioners in my courtroom, that they're not able many times to get children to open up and feel as comfortable as they normally would. I mean, they're uncomfortable, like you said, coming to the courthouse anyway, but they're even more reticent and timid when they have to testify virtually. And so what I tell the practitioners, the lawyers, is you're gonna have to do more. We all do. I mean, in this Zoom setting, because we work with children, we can't operate under the same standards that we used to, going to see them, meeting with them maybe a day or two before the court hearing for a few minutes and getting them ready, and boom, we're ready to go. It doesn't work like that in this virtual session and setting. And so you're going to have to make more contacts than you normally would with this child just to get a basic level of rapport. And the other thing is, it used to be, because so many of the children that we deal with are victims of abuse and neglect, you never know what's going on in their home. You never even know if in their foster home, they're truly safe. And so it used to be, you go visit your child, you interview your child client, you get them away from everyone else. In the Zoom world, it's hard to know when you're interviewing a child or a child is testifying. It's hard to know if somebody is standing right over their shoulder, coercing them or intimidating them. And so one of the suggestions that I make to practitioners is ask the child to step outside, see if they can bring the device outside. We even see sometimes the children, when they address the court, step outside. It's not a perfect situation, is I guess the basic answer to your question. It's very difficult, and I truly don't think we can get most of our children without a lot of effort to fully be candid and open up in this virtual setting.
And in this regard, Judge El-Amin, you indicated that over half of the juvenile court's caseload involves children who are victims of significant abuse and neglect. Given that DFACS workers, child advocate attorneys, and guardians ad litem are not currently required to see or assess the children in person due to COVID, how is the court ensuring that our youngest, most vulnerable citizens are being protected during this process? I know you told us some strategies that you've given or suggestions that you've given to attorneys, but what about the DFACS workers, the guardian ad litems? How are they working into this process?
So that's one of the things that used to kind of keep me up at night in the beginning of this pandemic, because I don't know if you all know, but most reports of abuse and neglect of children come from the school system. And so in the beginning of the pandemic, especially, we didn't have kids in school and we weren't getting many new false DFACS cases coming in because, quite frankly, we had nobody to report. The parents weren't reporting on themselves. And then the people who go out and put their eyes on the children, namely the DFACS case managers and the child advocate attorneys and the guardian ad litems, weren't going into the home. And I will tell you, as a former practitioner, there is almost no way to fully assess a child's living circumstance without seeing it with your own eyes. And so what happened, I'm going to tell you one particular case that happened that underscored this for me. So I had 5 children in a foster home, and these children had just been pulled out of a motel that they had been staying in with their mom. They were switching motels every week. They were picked up because they were panhandling at the gas station unsupervised. And I'm talking about 4 to 8 years old. And they were then put, so they had already been through hell. Then they were put in a foster home in the middle of the night. And because the child advocate and case managers are only doing their interviews and assessments virtually, when it was time for the court hearing and I asked them, well, how are the children doing in the foster home? Everybody was like, oh, they're great. Everything's good. They're happy. It just so happened that I had a senior citizen who was a CASA. And for those of you who don't know, CASAs are court-appointed special advocates. I had a senior citizen CASA who's a volunteer, is not getting paid. She was the only person who went physically into the foster home. And after the attorneys said, oh, everything's great, kids are fine, the CASA said, no, Judge, they're not fine. She said, these children are talked down to by the foster mother. She's very disrespectful to them. She threatens that if they don't do something she tells them to do, that they're going back home with their mother or to another foster home. And she said, and she was speaking to them in this manner with me being present. She said, I was in the home for 2 hours and this is how she behaved with company. And she said the children were clearly terrified of her. But keep in mind, the accounts I had just gotten from the attorney for the children and the case manager was that they're great because we interviewed them via Zoom. So I really, really do encourage the practitioners to try and meet the children in person, and even if you're outside in the front lawn. But I don't make that call, and I get it. We all need to be safe. And so I guess my short answer to that, Attorney Rankin, is candidly, that is another problem that we're facing because we can't see all of these kids in person, and that's where we get most of our information.
Understood. And in general, with families, many are under extraordinary levels of stress as a result of this pandemic. They are either striving or thriving or falling apart. Aisha, are you seeing an increase in new divorces and custody filings? And how have families with existing cases been impacted by the court's closing?
The short answer is yes. So I'll tell you that the day that my daughter was told that school was going to close for a week, and my husband, who works at the CDC, said it's going to be longer than a week, I have to tell you, as a solo practitioner, I immediately said, oh my gosh, like what's going to happen to my business? And I have to tell you that it has absolutely exploded. Okay. The divorce rate in China has increased 400%. And they have actually instituted daily quotas for the filings of divorces in China. Initially, the divorce rate in Italy increased 200%. And those were statistics that I read in April. That has absolutely been the case in my practice. Initially, we saw a lot of running to the courthouse, COVID, mom's not responsible, dad's not responsible, we've got to protect the kids. Now we're seeing parents who, or couples who are, they've been in the house together for months and they're like, I'm not going to do this anymore. So it has absolutely exploded. The other part of the explosion has impacted the mental health field. So as a guardian ad litem, I frequently recommend that children and parents go to some kind of therapy or have some kind of therapist to support them through the process or after the process. And all of my sort of go-tos are fully swamped. It's really difficult right now to find mental health providers who can support these families. So we have absolutely seen an increase. And what I will say, I'm one of the rare lawyers who I love the virtual world, and I know most people do not. I do. And I have really been impressed with DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb. My cases really haven't, outside of the protective order cases, my cases have not really missed a beat. What I have found, and judges, listen up here, is that judges are much more accessible during COVID. They're much more accessible. They're quick to sort of help, mediate and assist in disputes. From the civil side, I absolutely feel like I have been far busier since March of 2020 than I ever have been in almost 13 years of practice.
But just for a moment of perspective, excuse me, Aisha, that's because we're not having jury trials. If we're trying a jury trial case, there's 1 week to 6 weeks gone, just like that. So now we're accessible. Civil lawyers are up right now. This is your time.
We love it. And, as soon as jury trials are back, we're going to get kicked to the back again, because criminal has all of these safeguards that require timeliness. So, we are busy. We are very busy. And I think I will also just say this for the purposes of the audience, when you're dealing with families and conflict, and that you have to get in your car, drive to the courthouse, and that might take a couple of months, or that you can get on Zoom, you can get some relief very quickly. I've also seen lawyers who I would say are sort of upping the ante and wanting to get to court kind of temper down and be more settlement oriented. And so it's been a practice that, while the content of what we're doing as family law attorneys is really, really difficult, professionally, it has become, slightly, or maybe even a lot more enjoyable, because counsel, we're trying to work things out. We're trying to be more amenable than we were before.
Judge Jackson and Aisha, thank you so much for both of your feedback that you had to provide on that topic. I love the virtual world too, but as a trial lawyer, I really miss in-person jury trials. Doug, I want to turn our attention to landlord-tenant issues. Ensuring that families have access to housing during this pandemic has been at the forefront, both on the federal and state level. At times, this has created a competing interest, especially when the tenants are not paying rent or the landlord is not maintaining the property. How do the courts balance the need to protect residential landlord property owners' interests versus the need to protect residential tenant property renter interest?
Yeah, so, and this has been in the news a lot, obviously, and a lot of my experience relates to just what I've seen in terms of doing these Zoom mediations over the past several months, once the courts finally started picking up these cases again. For a long time, there really weren't any landlord-tenant cases occurring And really what's happened with this pandemic, it's really just exacerbating a housing crisis for, families in DeKalb and in Fulton. I mediate cases in both Fulton and DeKalb that has already been around for a long time, that everyone probably already knows about. And it's the reason why we have these mediation programs, and the reason why I continue to stay involved in it. So on the one hand, you have these families that are facing an immediate loss of a place to live. And at the same time, you've got landlords who are just losing significant rental income. I mean, when I've seen some of the cases that have come in, you'll have somebody who really hasn't paid rent since last March. And so you'll have almost a whole year of rent that's due that is probably in all likelihood uncollectible at this point. You're talking about some of the tenants that we're dealing with, they may be low income. And so what the courts have done is they put in place, at least in DeKalb and in Fulton, which is good. Not sure what happens in some of the other counties, but they do have a DeKalb Dispute Resolution Office, here in DeKalb, where they give us the opportunity to come in and mediate each one of these cases. So the pro se cases all get access to a mediator. So for each calendar, and typically there's 2 calendars on Tuesday and then 2 calendars on Thursday. We have 9 a.m. calendar and a 1 o'clock calendar. Right now, we've just sort of been working through as many of them as we can. And as you have these cases coming in, you're just trying to work through and resolve as many of them as you can. I can't talk about specifics, but it has been somewhat challenging via Zoom. You've got landlords who may have access to technology, and assuming, depending on what their level of sophistication is, and then you've got tenants on the other hand who may be low income, and really they just kind of trying to do the best they can from their cell phone. They may not have the best internet connectivity. A couple of times I've just had to say, I don't think we're going to be able to have this mediation session with you to try to resolve this. You're going to have to go back in front of the court and see what the court can do to address this, because we haven't been able to really have that good internet connectivity to be able to have a productive mediation. So what the courts are doing is they're usually giving somebody at least 2 chances. So if they don't show up the first time, they really will put it on a calendar for a second time to let them have that opportunity to come in and show up and present their case. If they're having technical issues, I'm not sure what the courts do at that point. I don't know if there's an ability at the court level to have people be able to come in. But right now in DeKalb County, my understanding is that the courts are primarily closed, so everything is via Zoom. And it's really this kind of push and pull over. You've got landlords who are owed significant amounts of money, and at the same time, you've got tenants who may not be able to pay. And there's also a CDC moratorium that's in effect at least until the end of March, and that may be extended, who knows. But if a tenant has an issue with being able to pay rent and they're able to sign off an affidavit, they can actually file an affidavit, and that would prevent them from being evicted from the residence. But the problem is that doesn't actually do anything to the rent. So if they owe a year's worth of rent, that rent's coming due someday, and they may actually get a judgment against them, a very sizable judgment. So I'm concerned about the tenants that maybe don't understand that. They may not understand the implications of not paying rent for that long period, and they may not be paying rent now, and they may have the security of a house, and it's good from the standpoint of the pandemic, because you want to make sure that you don't have people becoming homeless this time, or having to go into close quarters with roommates or family members who might be elderly or have some other significant health issues. So you want people to sort of be able to stay in place. But I don't know what's going to happen with these larger judgments. Are you going to see bankruptcies from this sort of thing after this moratorium lifts and people really start picking this up? Are landlords going to just cut a deal with the tenants, which is in some cases what's happening with these mediations, which is why, again, I'm staying involved. And DeKalb County actually is started up a new program. Just recently, they got a grant through the DeKalb Tenant Landlord Assistance Coalition, $21 million grant. And as part of that, we're going to be working through a lot of these cases as mediators. even offline. So I mean, we'll be trying to handle them not on a court day, the ones that we can, and just trying to get through as many of them as we can to get people resolutions. And that's what this is all about, is getting people resolutions. So you know, there's a lot more to say about it, obviously. I mean, this is, I think, one of the larger issues, at least for me, and maybe I'm just more interested in it because this is a lot of what I do. I mean, I represent landlords and I represent tenants, and I'm a mediator and have been a mediator for almost 20 years in the landlord-tenant courts in DeKalb and Fulton. So it's just something that I think is, you know, it's very difficult. I think that everyone's kind of doing the best they can with it right now. But I do have concerns for what's going to happen once this all ends.
Thank you, Doug, for providing that perspective. Both Alex and I, we represent individuals who've been injured due to someone else's carelessness. Alex, can you tell us about some of the biggest issues that you and your clients have faced in personal injury and civil cases during this pandemic?
Sure, thanks, and good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be on the panel today. So yeah, as Shamirical said, you know, to provide some context, we represent clients in the civil context, mostly in personal injury cases. So we're talking about folks who are injured in car wrecks, slip and fall at a location, medical malpractice, and oftentimes these cases involve catastrophic injury. So we're dealing with, you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know, seven-figure cases at times. And not to go down too many rabbit holes, but where we find ourselves eventually through negotiations with the at-fault party, which is typically going to be an insurance company, right? An insurance company is going to represent the driver who was at fault for the wreck, or the the location where a slip and fall happened, or the medical provider in a medical malpractice case. So those negotiations will go back and forth, and I'm negotiating, and I'm, of course, my goal for my client, and the reason I'm hired, is to ensure that my client is properly and thoroughly represented, and that they are compensated fairly for their injuries. And so really we're talking about money. I mean, if we're just being blunt about it, that is what the civil remedy is. There is no going back in time. It's not a criminal case where somebody goes to jail. It's a civil case. And so when I'm negotiating with the at-fault party's representative, we're talking about money. And, you know, so my goal is, of course, to get the most money possible for my client. And the other side is trying to pay out the least amount of money. It's fairly simple in that regard. And so at some point we get to a position where the other side is not going to offer any more money, despite, you know, no more negotiation is going to help this. And this is where COVID really has become an issue for my clients, because I go to my client and I explain to them that they have two options at this point, now that the negotiation has ended. They can either take the offer that's on the table, or there's only one remedy beyond taking the offer, and that is filing a lawsuit. So, you know, people don't want to file lawsuits generally, but we are trial attorneys. We file lawsuits, you know, all the time as part of our job, but most folks don't want to file lawsuits to begin with. They don't want to get entangled in litigation. So that's difficult enough, even when there isn't COVID, even when we're not in the middle of a pandemic. But the way that this has affected us a great deal is that in normal times, I can go to my client and say, okay, here's what a lawsuit looks like. Here is the time frame that a typical lawsuit in this county will take to get through the system. And that is, you know, typically in a personal injury case, it's at least 9 months. You know, we're talking about a year and a half. And that is, you know, that is not any fault of the justice system. It just takes that long to litigate, to do depositions, to conduct discovery and things of that nature, to have motions heard before the court. Well, with COVID, I am no longer able, as you have heard, you know, people on the panel already speak to, I am unable to predict with as much certainty how long this is going to take. And so I end up going to my client and saying, you know, here's the offer on the table. We think it's a good offer. We think it's a terrible offer. It doesn't matter. Whatever the offer is what it is. Or your other option is we can file a lawsuit. And then the question is obviously, well, what if we file a lawsuit? When will I see that money? And that is a very difficult question, if not impossible question, to answer for us right now. And uncertainty is the enemy for us. You know, our clients want certainty. They want to know how much and when is it going to happen. And it's very difficult for us to answer that question right now. And I applaud the court system and the judges on this panel today. As you've heard, DeKalb County has been fantastic in this regard in, you know, coming up with ways to continue to hold court, to continue to hold hearings virtually, and sometimes even in person in some cases in some counties where it's socially distanced and you're wearing masks. So the delay is through no fault of the justice system. It is just the reality that we're living in, is that things are delayed. It is impossible to get people in tiny quarters if we wanted a jury trial, which is what we would want in these cases. So that is really the greatest impact that COVID has had on us, is these delays are bad for us, quite frankly. They are good for the opposing side because they know when they're negotiating with us that if we want to get more money, you know, in other words, don't accept the offer and go forward with a lawsuit, they know as well as we do that that money, they're not going to have to pay that to us at any time soon. And they can hold on to that, and it's a detriment to us. And we just have to be honest and you know, forthright with our clients. But it does put our clients in between a rock and a hard place. Take an offer that perhaps is not sufficient for how we feel, you know, they should be compensated, or you know, file a lawsuit where you will likely, in our opinion, let's say, get more money, but you might be waiting 2 years, 3 years, or who knows how long it will be.
Agreed, Alex, and I've experienced that as well in my practice. So I have that conversation at least multiple times a week with my clients, and when they are seriously injured and impacted, the settlements that they can receive or the judgments that they can receive could be life-changing for them in a good way. And COVID has in its own regard, as you kind of indicated, tilted the scales more towards the defendants because they know that they can leverage that going forward. Now we're at the point where schools are reopening to the public and courts are preparing to do the same. Dan, as courts open, what are your greatest concerns about criminal jury trials for your clients during and following this pandemic?
So I want to say this because we saw the video clips of you know, juries behind glass and wearing masks and whatnot. The jury room is a sacred place. I mean, I don't say that as a cliche. It's one of the rarest situations where citizens are going to interact in that way, strangers in a tight space. They're put in a private room for an extremely important purpose. They are not just asked, but expected to share opinions. That is the process for any of you who've been in voir dire. That's the process we go through. You know, there's a joke that how do you get out of jury duty? The answer of how you get out of jury duty is answer questions when asked, speak your mind, and be truthful. You don't have to say crazy stuff. The way to get on the jury, say nothing, because you give us nothing to exclude. It's called striking a jury. So we're actually eliminating jurors that we think can't be fair. But the point is that people are asked to share opinions in ways that private things. And when I say private things, I don't mean the most personal necessarily, although sometimes that does come up, but I mean just anything. You know, we think that because of social media and you know, that privacy is dead, but it's not. There are things we don't like when someone has information on us, and people, or I say collectively, people are cautious about that. But a jury room is where we have to have that happen in order to have a fair trial for our clients. So my concern is that, you know, when I watch a movie with my kids or TV and I see that there's you know, look at something from a couple of years ago where you see people in a crowd and your first reaction is, oh, and then you have to think, oh, wait a second, there was no COVID. That was, well, when is that flinching reaction going to disappear? And the answer is we don't know. So that's one issue, is how I'm going to get people to that point where when someone in a room coughs 20 feet away, it doesn't stop whatever's going on. You know, where people are gonna look around and try and shrink back in a corner, pull their you know, try and double mask, pull whatever they can. And then we get to the masks. So my concerns for fair trials and whatnot, they can't take place like you saw in All Rise with masks. And when I say that, as trial lawyers, we are paying attention to absolutely everything. I'll give you the example that I'll usually tell my client before we walk into trial is that I'm trying to pay attention to the person whom, when I ask the question, can you be fair to my client, goes, absolutely, absolutely, I'll be fair to your client. Or no, Mr. Dwoskin, I absolutely think that it's one of those things you have to pay attention to micro expressions. You have to pay attention to when someone's falling asleep, these are subtle things. And when you put a mask on somebody, it's different. I mean, we're all still getting used to it and we're used to seeing people with masks. But with respect to witnesses, there's the confrontation clause. That is a constitutional concern. So I certainly would not willingly enter into any of the kinds of trials that you saw in those video clips. And so the judges, there's going to be motions, there's going to be cases, there's going to be things that go up to the courts of appeals on the issue of fair trials. To put it lightly, I'm extremely concerned, but as everyone said, I don't know what the next step is.
Judge Jackson, speaking of next steps, what is the plan in DeKalb to address the backlog of criminal and civil cases when the courts reopen for in-person proceedings?
All right, so I'm not going to get too far off again because I can talk about this stuff for days. And it also, when we talk about it, helps other people to start thinking and brainstorming. So if any of the topics that we've talked about today spark any interest for any of you and you have any ideas, please put them in the chat because I'm a judge. I didn't know I was going to have to become a heating and air expert. I didn't know I was going to have to become a PPE expert. I'm being very serious about that. My days do not end oftentimes before 10 o'clock at night because I'm up thinking about these things and having side conversations with everybody about how to deal with this. What are the defense lawyers' concerns? Like Dan just said, I guess he didn't like the Free Leon mask. I thought that was pretty funny for the defendant that was on All Rise. But in all seriousness, we have to think about these issues. So the next steps right now are that our task force will meet again. We set a threshold in DeKalb County right now, which is a bit higher than even what the school system was using because we don't have quite as many people for as lengthy a period of time as you would imagine that kids and teachers would be in class together in a setting. And so what we set in DeKalb County was 130 infected persons on average over a 10-day span per 100,000 people in the population. If you want to check those numbers yourself, if you look at the Georgia Department of Health website, they update them pretty much hourly as the information comes in. You have to account for the fact that you still have a lot of unreported cases of people who are sick and are at home and they just kind of ride it out. So we always know that that number is probably low, but the number is trending down given the fact that vaccines are on the rise. The courthouse community and the folks who service the courthouse are in what we call group 1B. So we're watching in the court community to see when we move past 1A, 1A plus. There have been some articles out that the governor is going to add teachers to the vaccine protocol before perhaps 1B, or they'll call that group something slightly different than 1B. But in the courts, we are 1B, which means we're waiting on vaccine. And right now we're not through that 1A group that I just described for you. And so those are the next steps. We're waiting for the threshold number to be at 130 or less per 100,000 over a 10-day period. And we're waiting for the vaccine group to move to 1B, understanding that we cannot make anyone take the vaccine. There are law enforcement folks and people in the military, there are articles about this, who have no interest in taking the vaccine. There are people in the community who have no interest in taking the vaccine. It's a matter of personal preference, and we will not take a position on the vaccine. But the thought is that a fair number of the community members will take it. I've heard people say to me, well, what about the jurors? Can you get them moved into 1B? Well, there are practical considerations for maybe why that won't work, because when you summon a juror, you're summoning them more than 30 days prior to the date that they're called in for jury service. If you look at the vaccine protocol, It's 2 shots right now. You have to take them spaced out by 30 days. So how logistically do you summon someone for jury service, offer a space and place for them to take the vaccine, and then by the time they actually have to come in the larger group when they're summoned, they maybe will not have had the second vaccine, and then a smaller group is actually selected for service out of that larger group. And so now you've vaccinated a bunch of people who may not even be called to serve on a specific case. So there are logistical challenges that we deal with, even though the greater thought, it makes sense, but it doesn't quite work out in terms of the timeline of how we administer justice. And then after we return to jury service, we will still be in a position to have very limited days between when we start jury trials per division. So in other words, in normal times, you could conceivably have all the judges in state court and all the judges in superior court conducting trials at the same time in the building. We can't do that right now. That is against the public health recommendations and protocol. And so by floor, we put in a protocol initially that only one court can conduct an in-person jury trial at a time to limit the footprint of people in the building. So that will necessarily limit the amount of cases that can go forward at any period of time going forward. So we've got some challenges and some things we're working out. There's some legislation that will likely be dropping soon that is going to allow each county to designate non-courthouse buildings as courthouses. You could do it before, but if you have a population of over 50,000 legally, you can't do that. You can't just designate the old Macy's in North DeKalb Mall. Well, this new legislation will allow us to do that. So we may be in a position where we can conduct, I would think, probably civil trials in other spaces, because you've got security concerns with moving people for criminal trials off-site. The sheriff has a secure protocol for how folks in custody are moved. That becomes very difficult if you're moving someone charged with murder who is not on bond, who's in no bond status. And perhaps if it's a gang case, let's just say, there are concerns about, family security and personal security, moving all of those people off-site somewhere could create security concerns. So it's not just that easy to just move people. So those are the kind of things that we're thinking about. But trust and believe, when it's time, we will be ready. And we think and hope that, given what we've heard about the vaccine and the numbers trending in DeKalb, that is likely to be in the spring or early summer. That's kind of our target date. We're having a mock trial. We're trying to work out all the kinks that Dan was worried about and some of the other folks, because we want to get it right. We want to do this correctly and safely.
And Judge Jackson, by spring or summer, fallish, are you speaking of this year or next year?
Not fall, spring or summer is the goal.
Spring or summer,
and
okay.
It is for 2021, because remember what I just said, we're talking about limited trials happening because of the staggering that I just described between the different courts and the judges.
Perfect. Thank you so much for providing that insight. I've learned so much during today's panel. Judge El-Amin, I did have one question for you, and then I want to open up the Q&A to our attendees. And if you all have any questions, please drop them in the chat and I will make sure that I pose them. But Judge Jackson earlier walked us through some of the physical changes that we will notice upon arrival to the DeKalb County Courthouse. Are there any additional changes that lawyers and the public will see or experience when DeKalb courts reopen, beyond what Judge Jackson has already mentioned?
Well, I will say, I think that at least in our court, it's going to be a little better for the public, because like Judge Jackson mentioned, our protocol also is that we can't have more than one trial on the same floor occurring. So it used to be you walked into the courthouse on any given day and the whole lobby on each floor was packed, and people might honestly be sitting out there for 3-4 hours before their case is even called in. That's not going to happen anymore. You're not going to be sitting in packed waiting rooms and waiting all day for your case to be called, because now we're going to do staggered calendars. So one case might be set, whereas, we used to do a calendar call. These cases all show up at 9. These cases all show up at 1. Now it's going to be each case is assigned a specific time. But the other thing that we're looking at with the juvenile court is a texting system. They sort of in DeKalb, I believe they have something similar. I think it's the Tax Commissioner's Office, Department of Motor Vehicles. Judge Jackson can correct me if I'm wrong. So basically you get, and so what we would do is when you have a specific court date, you'll get a text. We'll take your cell phone number and you will be notified via text when it's time for you to enter the building, when we're about to call your case. So I think Judge Jackson pretty much hit everything else. And it's also one of those things where we don't really know until we do it. I think policies and practices will be modified in live time once we really get there.
Thank you. And we do have a question. Did the pandemic create a significant backlog? If so, have courts been able to catch up? Do either of our judges, will either of you like to discuss it? Judge Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, I've been interviewed by all of the media outlets here, and they asked that same question. We really don't have a backlog with respect to, not so much more than we normally would, because let me be clear, there's always going to be a backlog, because just as soon as you resolve a case, there are 10 more being filed in the clerk's office. So there is a manageable backlog that always exists, I think, if you really think about it. And quite frankly, not enough judges to do the work. So, some of us are doing much more work than the average judge does around the state. So that's another issue for another day and another panel. But what I will say is, as Aisha told you, this COVID period has allowed us to be innovative in our technology and be able to move cases and matters in the civil arena, as well as some of the sort of preliminary criminal hearings that we hear, at least in Superior Court, and I believe State Court also agrees with this. We've been able to move them along, because now what you also don't have to deal with are a lot of conflicts where you have a lawyer like Aisha and like Dan and like Alex and like yourself, Shamirko, having to report to 4 different counties in a day. And maybe you don't make it to the 3rd and 4th county on your conflict list. You can just pop right on Zoom. And so that helps us to be more efficient in moving matters forward. There is a backlog for cases requiring a jury trial. That is every citizen's right to have a jury trial. And it is an unadulterated right. And so there will be a backlog. And quite frankly, it could be for several years, just because of what I just told you. There are challenges, space challenges, and some, sort of logistical safety challenges with the advent of COVID. The priority, I think, and I'll say it because it's not a secret, is going to be the serious felony cases where you have a defendant who is in custody. So what we're talking about is sort of those 7 deadly sin cases: the murders, the rapes, the armed robberies, aggravated assaults. What am I missing? Kidnapping. What you would think are sort of the more serious cases. Those are going to probably go out first when we resume jury trials. Now, as I alluded to before, because this bill is being dropped and we may be able to designate other spaces, apparently even in churches and synagogues, is what Justice Melton has said, we may be able to try civil cases if the lawyers are willing to move and go into those spaces. So this will be helpful to us in that while those of us who have to try the murder cases are using that space in the main courthouse, when the time comes, those of us who have civil cases can go ahead and get those tried as well simultaneously off-site. So this may actually, as Judge Elamina said, turn out to be a really efficient time for us to think innovatively with the help of the lawyers, as you think about what you would be okay with in terms of the protection of your clients' rights, who knows, we may look up this time next year and be real proud of ourselves that we've been able to really come out from underneath this. But it's going to take a lot of work and innovation. And I'm proud to say that people are doing it. We've got lawyers on our return to trial panel and committee, and we're really working through these issues.
Judge Jackson, I have another question I think may be best directed at you. Solicitor Coleman Stribling highlighted the high percentage of juror no-shows before the pandemic. What does DeKalb intend to do to make sure we have enough jurors when jury trials begin again? And then another participant wants to know, are we going to start paying jurors hazard pay?
The issue of pay must be taken up with the Board of Commission. That is not, we got a separation of powers issue here. We do not determine what jurors are paid. So this is a good time, if that's an important issue to you, to get involved in the legislative process, both statewide and locally, because we don't determine juror pay. But again, juror pay is not compensation for loss of work. I have to remind people that it's not a job, it's a service. And so it will not ever be comparable to that which someone might make if they were working full-time at a job. With respect to the issue of having enough jurors, we have summoned double the amount that we have previously summoned so that we can make sure that we have enough jurors. And surprisingly enough, when we resume grand jury service, people, according to the DA, and I know she's on this call and she can tell you this, people, I don't think they had a problem with showing up. I was surprised, but people didn't have a problem with showing up. People do tend to take the process, the justice process, very seriously when they are selected, and they try to do a good job. And I don't think that that will change. I think some folks are just, quite frankly, ready to get out of the house too. So maybe that's it. But
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, you got to summon many, many more people than you normally would.
There was a follow-up to Christian's question about the backlog. Judge Jackson, do you know approximately how many cases requiring a jury trial are backlogged? Apparently this was a question that was received in District 7 by a constituent.
No, I don't. And I don't know that I would have a real way to answer that, because remember, we're talking about civil, domestic, and criminal cases, both across state court and superior court. And quite frankly, you can have jury trials out of probate court as well if there's a contested estate issue. And so the issue of how many open cases have a jury trial demand, we could probably figure out what that number looks like. I can tell you, at least in superior court, the average number of open cases for criminal cases, which are all felonies in superior court, the average number of open cases is about 500 across the 10 divisions. And I would venture to guess that in almost 99.9% of those, there's going to be a jury trial demand. Now that changes because as you move through the process, negotiations happen. The state may decide they don't want to proceed with certain charges. They may reduce the charges. They may add charges. The defendant, upon reviewing discovery, that is the production of information that perhaps the state has to support their case, may change their mind and decide, you know what, I think I want a bench trial, or I think I want to try to get this resolved and take a plea. So those factors do always impact the number. But I can tell you, just talking about the serious felony cases, virtually all of them have a jury trial demand when that person enters a plea of not guilty.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. And we are nearing our time, the end of our time together. Do any of our panelists have anything additional that they would like to add that may not have been covered?
I have a question, Shamirical, if you don't mind. And
sure, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. I hate to keep putting the judges on the spot, but I have a question about the use of the Zoom technology. And I wonder, since the pandemic began, I've noticed a lot of courts, and I think it depends on the judge, how much they use the Zoom technology or similar technologies. But I wonder, Judge Jackson, Judge El-Amin, how much you're using it and to what extent you believe you will continue to use it, even when it's no longer a necessity, when the pandemic is, over. I use quotation marks for over, but.
Well, I use it every single day. So sometimes I preside over hearings from my house, like right now via Zoom. And then sometimes I go into the courthouse and preside. And something that we have discussed with amongst the judges and with the attorneys who are assigned to our courtroom, a number of the attorneys said they prefer Zoom and they want to keep doing Zoom, as well as some of our staff members. So what we have talked about is that with certain cases, we probably will, going forward, conduct them via Zoom. That this is going to be a new normal. It won't be for every day in all cases, but we are going to do some cases, particularly if the attorneys agree, via Zoom.
And I agree with that comment. I think particularly for civil cases, as long as the lawyers think it's a good idea, I think a lot of the judges do as well. It's much more efficient in terms of our moving cases along. I am on Zoom every day as well. I will say that sort of those, what Dan described, I think you call them, what you call them, micro signals, if you will.
Micro expressions.
Micro expressions. That has been raised more so in the context of the criminal cases where witnesses are going to be called. And I'm not just talking about at trial, I'm also talking about for motions. The defense attorneys, I think, have pretty much taken a position around the state that they just don't want to consent to doing virtual hearings, because you do kind of miss those micro expressions. Like Judge Elamine said, you don't know somebody is cueing somebody on the side. Hey, don't say that, don't do that, or, and so they really want to develop a rapport oftentimes with the witnesses and try to gauge the nonverbal communication. And that does become much more complex when you do it on Zoom hearings. But this will be the norm for a while, because we have to get the cases moving and keep them moving, particularly like I just told you, when you're talking about a trial, all of a sudden you have 1 to 6 weeks oftentimes devoted to one case. And so you need to have movement. We're going to be also using senior judges to help us kind of move that backlog of, backlog is the wrong word for what I'm now about to say, to run concurrent calendars is what I will say. If I'm in a 2-week murder trial, that's 2 weeks that there are no other cases being considered. It's going to be very useful to be able to call a senior judge like an Al Dempsey or a Michael Hancock to come in and handle perhaps criminal motions, to handle some of the bench trial domestic cases. We often use Judge Elamine and her colleagues to assist us with a lot of those family law matters, because there's a lot of sort of cross issue consideration for what they see in juvenile court involving families and children, and what we have to determine in custody cases. So it's a great fit, and it's a useful tool, and we're blessed to have it, because I think it's going to help us as we try to get our numbers back down and get cases concluded. And then we can get to the civil tort lawyers who want their day in court as well. I think it's going to all come together in that way.
Thank you for that answer. That was fantastic. We do like it. I'll tell you that. We do like it.
Dan, I saw that you raised your hand. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, and I noticed that the Christian had a question: what good or lessons learned have come from the pandemic? And for us as trial lawyers, and I'm gonna speak on behalf of, I think, all trial lawyers, we're always paying attention to keeping jurors' attention, to how we're storytellers, but how the order in which we give the facts, are they chronological, how we have to present a case. And what Zoom has done is, now I read science. I read books and studies on cognitive sciences and how long people's attention span is, how you get someone's attention, how long we're going. A lot of that I don't have control over, depending on if a judge wants to allow 30 minutes for lunch, or if it's going to take people when they get back from lunch. Certain parts of the clock I don't control. With Zoom, it is extremely difficult to manage and kind of study that. So, but what it has done is, in years past, there's been kind of a niche practice where trial lawyers will get together and discuss this stuff. And what I've seen is that conversation is much more open, which should, fingers crossed, improve advocacy, I'd say statewide, but nationwide, to where attorneys are paying attention to more than just, well, I've done this every time in years past, so let's keep going. So that's one lesson that that I've learned and keep learning. I mean, so that's something I'll say. I keep learning. Also, just so that everyone here does realize, case management, whatever you think of the justice system and whatever you think, however long you think anything takes, it takes longer. Always has. The pandemic hasn't changed that fact. It's just extended the time. But so different. These are things that judges have had to pay attention to. And the only thing that is really different is that outside constraint of that answer, what we have control over and what we don't. But once again, I want to say that DeKalb, we have a committee about how to open the courts again, as opposed to some counties where the chief judge will just make a decision. I don't want to single out, I'm not saying that is the situation with Henry County, but I will say that Henry was trying to be aggressive in opening back up. They've had to shut down twice because of real problems that took place because of opening up. So we're all in that learning stage, but DeKalb is working to go through very cautiously for the safety of citizens. So.
And can I answer that really quickly from the judicial perspective about the good that has come out of it? You know, before I became a judge, people think judges just have these cushy lives and, oh, it's no big deal. You just sit up there on the bench and make decisions. Honestly, that's what I thought when I was a lawyer. And I was like, I want to be the judge because I'm just as smart as he or she is, and they're not ruling correctly. But then when you get in the position, you realize how stressful the position is. And you're dealing with everybody's dirt, everybody's dysfunction, pain, and drama. And you deal with that day in, day out, every moment of the day. And that we're human. So we carry that with us back to our homes and our personal lives. And so the good for me and for many of my colleagues from this pandemic was it gave us a moment to focus and prioritize self-care. And so I tell everybody, I thank God for the pandemic, because I realized I was much unhealthier than I realized I was. And this pandemic gave me that moment to focus on therapy, to focus on fitness, to focus on self-love. And so that's the good for me for this pandemic.
So we are out of, oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to piggyback on that and say the good for me has just been, you know, we are usually running around in our various courts because we have many different classes of court, levels of court in the county. And you may know someone, but I've really gotten to know people during this pandemic. I myself had COVID, and I can't tell you, it was just overwhelmingly supportive from the bench and from, you know, different people in the community. And I didn't know, I was like, do I tell people? I feel like they're gonna find out anyway. And I thought, you know what, maybe this is an opportunity for me to share with people that I can even get it. And I really had not been very many places. And it was, you know, I was symptomatic, but just being able to count on the folks who I had been working with to get through this pandemic for almost a year at the time that I got infected was really just kind of heartwarming for me because it's a lot. There's a heavy load, like Judge Elmeen said, that I carry as chief judge in particular, when you add all of the administrative components and the stress and the drama of just dealing with people every day, to me having to also still hear my regular docket on top of this. But just the collaboration from the lawyers that practice in our courts and all of the judges in all the classes of court, that's what this pandemic allowed me to do, is to just really get to know people and hear their perspective, things that maybe we didn't really think we had time to consider before because we were just operating in our own silos.
We are now over time, but I want to thank our panelists. I really want to thank Shamirical for doing a fantastic job moderating this and helping us get that set up. And I know that we're cutting into your lunch, so I'm going to turn it back over to Jenny.
Actually, I'm going to take over. Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you to all the judges. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, Shamirical. And thank you to the class. And we are now going to take our lunch. You actually get a whole hour today. We will see you back at 1:15 and try to come as soon as possible because we have Honorable Harold Melton, Chief Justice, Georgia Supreme Court, that will be joining us. And enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:15.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Judge Sonia Brown, and I have the privilege and pleasure of serving as an associate judge on the Magistrate Court of Cobb County. I previously served for 9 years, as you heard, in DeKalb County, both in the solicitor's office and in the district attorney's office under the illustrious district attorney, Sherry Boston. And as you heard the chief judge of DeKalb County, Asha Jackson, say a little while ago, I am also a member of the best class ever of Leadership DeKalb. That is 2015, and we have 2 trophies to prove it. And so I am honored and humbled that I have an opportunity to introduce to you today our Leadership Challenge speaker. You all were provided with his bio, and so I'm not going to repeat what the bio says, and I want to give him all the time to speak to you, but I do want to highlight just a couple of things. First, the historic nature of his appointment by Governor Perdue. Our Chief Justice, Harold Melton, was and is only the 3rd African-American to serve on our Supreme Court, the 2nd African-American male, and the 3rd African-American chief. I remember last year when we had an opportunity before the world closed, we were at the Supreme Court building when Kimberly Burroughs Dubrow was installed as the president of the Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys. And Justice Melton talked about how they had just moved into the building and how years, when the building Supreme Court started, Georgia in the legal system, African Americans weren't even able to practice law. And here we were with an African American Chief Justice swearing in the president of the Georgia Association of Black Women Attorneys. And I said to someone today, what an amazing legacy that would have been for Chief Justice Melton to have this building and to lead the move into that building. And then the world shut down 2 months later. And Justice Melton has shown over the past year what it means to be a leader. He has epitomized what a leader is. He is humble, he is smart, he is a consensus builder, he is an encourager, and he embodies what it means to be a servant leader. And we are blessed as members of the judiciary and members of the legal the bar here in Georgia to have him as our leader, but he's just not a leader in the justice system. He is a leader in the state of Georgia. He is a leader in the country. He is a leader among leaders. And again, he epitomizes leader across every industry, across every walk of life. And so without further ado, I want to introduce to some and present to others our Chief Justice, the Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court, Chief Justice Harold Melton.
Wow, thank you, Judge Brown. I woke up feeling some type of way about myself, but now I kind of like me now. Thank you. Thank you very much. But it is an honor to be in front of so many of my friends, the judges on this court, my friend, the DA. And I have so much respect for the leadership academies that are across the state and Leadership DeKalb. So to have the opportunity to be here in front of you to talk about leadership is really a privilege. And the thought that I might have something to share of relevance with this august body is truly an honor. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I've looked at your agenda for the day, very ambitious. You've got some great panelists, some great topics, and it fits what I understand Leadership DeKalb to be about, which is challenging leaders in your community and future leaders to do better, to be better, and to work together. So I'm glad to be a part of that. What I want to share with you today are thoughts that I have accumulated over the years, largely during this time of year, being February, being Black History Month, because I think the message as it has evolved over these years is relevant and perhaps even more relevant to the issues that we're seeing today, to the issues that we're seeing in our neighborhoods, to the conversations that we think we should have, to the conversations that we really should be able to have as a community, but are really struggling to be able to pull that off. And these thoughts have evolved largely because I get profiled during Black History Month to be one of the speakers as one of only 3 African Americans who have served on our court. And so I typically get rounded up as a usual suspect, and I'm glad to do it because I do think the conversation is very important. So in this time, much more is needed as we understand where we've come from and where we're going. I usually focus during Black History Month on Dr. Martin Luther King, largely because, in my view, he changed the world. He changed this country. And in doing so, he had probably the largest impact on the world, larger than any person in modern history. At least a change for good. Maybe Hitler had a bigger impact, but not certainly for good. And so he's a natural focus, and it's worthy to take his message and make sure we don't overly reduce it to a bite-sized message. Because right now what we tend to do is reduce it to just nonviolent social change. Dr. King equals no nonviolent social change. But it's good to every now and then just unpack it to take a more expansive view. And when we do that, we first have to recognize who Dr. King was. He was a preacher. He was a reverend. And he was a preacher of the Christian faith. And as a preacher of the Christian faith, there were 2 primary tenets that stood out above and beyond all else. And those were, first, love the Lord with all your heart and your soul and your mind. Second, love your neighbor as yourself. Love the Lord with all your heart and soul and mind. Love your neighbor as yourself. Those are the key principles. We sometimes get distracted from those key principles because we see so many people struggling to live up to those standards. But in theory and as well as in practice, that's what it should be about. And when the Christian faith is done well, it looks very good. It looks very attractive. But what he saw when he looked out at the country as a whole, what he saw was, first, he saw an oppressed people who were oppressed. And now people who are oppressed are struggling. We've been told that we are less than human, less than valuable. You're told that you're not worth anything. And that had something to do with your psyche. That impacts the psyche of individuals who live under oppression. You're beat down, you're depressed, you're angry, you're unenergized. All these things impact those who are oppressed. Then on the other hand, you had people who are actually doing the oppressing, and people who are able to oppress, to inflict evil and do so in good conscience. Well, that says something about the state of the affairs of those individuals as well. And so when he looked at the whole, those who were oppressed and those who were doing the oppressing, what he saw was brokenness all around, and a nation that was in fact in need of healing, a nation that needed to be healed. And so we were far from reflecting what a true community ought to be. And so the goals of the civil rights movement and the nonviolent social change movement were much broader than being able to get a seat at the table at the lunch counter. It was about civil rights. It was about the right to vote, the right to get jobs, the right to accommodations, but it was much bigger than that. And when we look at it through those lenses, we start to understand that it was an effort to redeem the soul of this nation. It was a spiritual renewal. It was a call for spiritual renewal. And it was not just a call for spiritual renewal amongst the Black folks or the white folks. It was both. It was both. So it's not just so we could eat a sandwich at the counter. It was not just so we could ride MARTA. It was a quest for spiritual renewal, a healing throughout this nation. And we see this in his speech in 1963, his I Have a Dream speech. We hear about it all the time. And he said in this speech, I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit together at the table of brotherhood, that we would sit together at the table of brotherhood. And so this is, you know, it's strange that Georgia, even that back then was prominent in his speech, and Georgia's prominent right now as we wrestle with some of these social issues. But the goal was to be able to sit at the table of brotherhood. And when you have goals like this, how you achieve those civil rights objectives is just as important as achieving those civil rights objectives. So it wasn't just to be able to get to the end goal, it was be able to get to the end goal and be able to sit together at the table of brotherhood. So that's why nonviolent social change became such a valuable tool. It was practical. We weren't going to get anywhere in achieving goals by going through the alternative means. As Andy Young said, they've got more guns than we do. We're not going to win trying to be violent or force our way through to the goals that we're trying to achieve. So it was practical, but it was also very tactical. Segregation at that time was portrayed as something that was kind of quaint and kind of cute, and everybody knew their place and we could all get along. And so it was kind of romanticized, and it was held up as a model for order and a model for peace. But the underlying hate that remained hidden under the wraps was actually always present and pretty ugly. And the underlying hate, the ugliness was actually denied. But what nonviolent social change challenged was, it challenged that assertion that everything's quaint here, that everything's cute here. And just by doing ordinary things, just by walking the streets and trying to order a meal or trying to ride the bus, just by doing ordinary things and then suffering peacefully under the extreme brutality that followed, then we were able to unwrap the underbelly of the ugliness that undergirded segregation. The true ugliness of segregation was revealed, and the American consciousness was tweaked, and ultimately, as a country, we became awoken in our conscience. And so for there to be a heart change, this is what he was after, for there to be a heart change, then there needed to be a conscious desire to do better. There needed to be a conscious desire to even be better. So we have, as a nation, have done that. So I want to make sure that's clear, that we have come a long way to becoming a table of brotherhood, to having a table of brotherhood, to be able to sit at the table and have conversations. By and large, we've come a long way. That doesn't mean that we have made all the progress that needs to be made. That doesn't mean that we don't have work ahead of us. What it does mean that we have some tools today that we did not have then. And to fail to recognize the progress that has been made is an insult to Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King. It's an insult to John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis. It's an insult to those who have really labored and put their lives on the line to get us to where we are today. And so we have a seat at the table of brotherhood, and we should not think that we don't have that. We have access to that table. We have access to the phone. We can pick up the phone and call people. Leadership DeKalb is a table of brotherhood. It's exactly what it's an exact model of what Dr. King was hoping for, to have leaders come together, form relationships, get to know each other, and then figure out how to be better as a community going forward. So when we look at what a table of brotherhood is and what it has, there are a couple of things that we should point out. First of all, at a table of brotherhood, there's fellowship, there's harmony, there's a sense of agreement, there's a sense of unity. Those are all the things that we love. But think about your family, think about my family. What else happens? Well, at a table of brotherhood, there's going to be disagreement. There's going to be friction. There might even be some all-out fights, but that's what happens in the family. So it's not a place where we all disagree all the time. And in fact, it's a place where we come together and often disagree. And so our community tables are no different than the tables that you have in your homes and in your family when you have your family reunion. But we all have access to our leaders now. We all can organize and push for items to get on an agenda. That's not what we had in the past. That's not what we had during the civil rights era. And so there's a great accomplishment that we have, that we've enjoyed. There's still work to be done, but we can do that work. We can accomplish that work at the table of brotherhood, rather than having to take to the streets of Birmingham or having to march on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And because we have that seat, we have an obligation, we have a duty to take advantage of it, especially you. This is why it's so important for you in this group to do what y'all are doing to form those relationships, because y'all will be able to pick up the phone and call each other 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, because you all will be in positions of influence and have access to other people in positions of influence. You'll be able to pick up the phone, and you'll hear me say that a lot, pick up the phone, PUTP. For adult populations, I put in PUTDP. I won't tell you what the D is for, but pick up the phone. Look to have a conversation. In the legislature, the folks that are often at the well, and that's the only time you hear them is when they're at the well, those aren't the ones who are getting the things done. Those aren't the ones who are impacting change. The ones who are impacting change are the ones that have a conversation behind the scenes, one-on-one, one-on-two, having a pencil ready to write out alternative draft legislation, alternative language. Can we get to it this way? Can we get to it that way? That's how things get done. The relationships and working in the context of those relationships are how we get things done. So that is a large part of what has evolved in my conversation about Dr. King, and one of the many parts, just one of the many parts of his message that is impactful. But during this more contentious season in our country, I was forced to look even at a different provision, a different part of his same speech. And in that same speech, he also said this: with this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. We will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. So I look out and I see jangling discords of our nation. And I strain to have the optimism that he had, that would be transformed into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. And one of the reasons why I strain, because I think, okay, jangling discords, what we're seeing here today, it's more than jangling discords. So he was not being overly optimistic by thinking that we could transform that into brotherhood. But then I got to thinking about really what he was dealing with. And what I realized was that when he talks about jangling discords, he was really being kind of literary, because what he was facing and what he was seeing was a lot more than that. And so it was more of a rhetorical flourish that he would use that phrase, because really when he looked out his window, he saw the mess of the day and plenty of it. He saw chaos. And so he was not diminishing what he saw. And let's just put things in context. By this time, this is 1963 when he gave the speech. By that time, his home had been bombed. His own personal home with his family had been bombed. He'd been stabbed in the chest with a letter opener. He had been arrested 4 times. He'd been punched and beaten. Later on, after this speech, there was the 16th Street bombing that killed 4 young girls in Sunday school in Birmingham. There were additional riots and arrests. President Kennedy was assassinated. And by the way, there's also that Vietnam War that was going on. So this is the flavor of the world. This was the flavor of the nation at that time. So this is what he was referring to when he talked about jangling discords. There was real chaos, there was real tension, but yet in the midst of all that, he still had that dream, he still had that hope, and he still had faith. He had faith in his God, and he had faith in this nation. Given all its history, he still had faith in this nation that we would transform the jangling discords into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. I believe that means something to us today. I believe that means something to you as leaders and as future leaders, leaders who will grow in influence and prestige in your communities. There's a temptation to look out the window and see all that's going on and be overwhelmed, to be fearful, to be pessimistic, to be angsted out. You as leaders should resist that. You and I as leaders should find a way to be optimistic. And it's going to take some soul searching to do that. But in doing that, we can find a path forward to steer out of this chaos and move towards a point where we actually are enjoying the harmonies of brotherhood. So don't be discouraged is the first thing. We have been here before. Every growth spurt, when you look at our history as a country, every growth spurt that moved us closer to living up to our constitutional promise to our citizens has been occasioned by jangling discords. It has been occasioned by some degree of real stress, often with bloodshed and sweat and tears. The Civil War, the fight for women's suffrage, the fight for more humane working conditions. None of that happened easily. It didn't come about just because somebody asked for it and it was given. All these things had to be fought for. But in the process, the end result has resulted in us being one of the freest countries, if not the freest country in the world. And so we should not be discouraged by the fact that we got this going on around us. We should be encouraged knowing that, yet again, this is opportunity to grow to our next stage of living up to the true promise of this nation. So next thing, though, is while we shouldn't be discouraged, we can't be lazy. We don't get to those end goals. Nobody has gotten to that next step just by sitting on his or her hands. It takes hard work. It takes energy to get to the next level. And while we're doing that, it's real important that we ourselves are not janglers, that we ourselves are not contributing to the jangling discord. Instead, we should go to the table of brotherhood. Instead, we should pick up the phone. And so we have the ability to go to the table and find ways and find solutions. We can tweet if we have to. We can march if we have to. I'm not saying don't do that, but don't consider our work done because we've tweeted and we've marched. At some point, we've got to go the layer deeper and get to the real work of what real solutions might look like. And when we do that, then we come up with improvements for how everybody enjoys life in this country and in our neighborhoods. I had one person describe what I'm talking about as saying we need more linguistic precision. And I agree with that. We need more linguistic precision. We can talk about social justice, we can march for it, but if that's all we do, we're not going to advance the ball. At some point, we've got to come to the lab and say, what does that mean? What are the examples? What are the specific examples of social injustice that we can fix, that we can identify what mechanisms are having what impacts, and then what can we do to change those mechanisms so we have different outcomes? We could talk about systematic racism, but if all we do is use that broad category, we're not going to address the problem. Not everything that has racial disparities is a product of systematic racism. It might be a product of something else. But even if it is systematic racism, even if it's not systematic racism, we have to do the work to find the root causes of what's happening with whatever dynamic is in place, and then do the work to find solutions. We cannot fix vague notions. If all we're talking about is vague notions, we're going to be hard pressed to find fixes. But if we can break out the pieces that make up the whole, we can fix pieces. and we can plan, and then we can go to work. So we have to do the forensics to unravel a problem to find real solutions. And I believe that there are enough good people willing to do good work that we can make a positive change. The folks on this call, you folks together working, are enough to make a positive change. I will tell you that I've seen this work in our judiciary. You may not know this, but our Constitution defines our judicial system as a unified system. That is the last time that phrase is used to describe our judicial system, because ultimately we have many moving parts. We have classes of each court, and each class has its own leadership structure. We have the municipal courts, we have the magistrate courts, state courts, juvenile courts, probate courts, superior court, we have a business court, court of appeals, and the Supreme Court. And we tie all that together with a judicial council of which I sit as chair. I have no power over the judges on my court. I have no power over the judicial council. I have no power over any of those classes of court. What I do have the power to do is pick up the phone, ask people if they would be willing to do something, and I have the power to say please. And I do both of those an awful lot. The other thing you probably do know is that judges tend to be very strong-minded people, very opinionated, very accustomed to being right. Of course, our judges on this call are very humble and very team-oriented, so I'm talking about everybody else. But judges can be very strong-minded. And if you would have asked me going into this pandemic, what would be the chances of our judiciary lasting and surviving and being unified and working cooperatively in a problem-solving mode, not just for 90 days, as you would expect for a pandemic typically, but for almost a year now, I would have said that the chances of that would be very slim. But we have been able to work as a unit, and we've been able to pick up the phone, call each other. They call me, I call them, they call each other, and they brainstorm. They get overwhelmed by the size of the problem, but then they say, okay, we got to get to some solutions. And all across the state, the judges of our court, the leadership of our judicial administration teams have found ways to get the job done. And I'm extremely proud of what they've been able to do by taking advantage of being at the seat of the table. Now, so I am indeed optimistic. Despite everything that's going on, I am indeed optimistic that we're going to be better. Not because we put a sign in the yard that said everything will be okay, but we'll be better because of the work that we're doing. Look back through our history, look at the jangling discords of our country and the world, look at the play of Hamilton. It's become romanticized since, but actually Hamilton involved the sitting vice president of the United States of America shooting and killing a founding father of our country. That's a big deal. Look at World War I, look at World War II, look at Vietnam. We've gotten better after each one of those, even though at the time it did not seem possible. Remember that getting to the next level requires soul searching. And that only comes in times of stress. The kind of soul searching that we have to do only comes in times of stress. And it requires finding those core values and the source of those core values that we can hold on to, crystallize, and use that as the foundation for moving forward. It means striving to live up to those core values, both individually and collectively. It also requires giving grace. Give grace to one another as we continue to see things differently at the table of brotherhood. What you see as important might not be what I see as important. And what you decide to move on might not be what I decide to move on, but it's okay. There's enough problems that we can all come to the problem that we see as the greatest and deal with those, and we'll meet in the middle, but we'll all be better because you're doing what your passion is. You don't have to agree that the piece that I tackle is the right piece. And we really don't even have to agree at all, but we can work together and give each other grace. My big point is, I do believe that we are closer than we might think to actually transforming the jangling discords of our nation into the beautiful symphony of brotherhood that Dr. King spoke of. It requires hard work, but it requires relationships as well. And that's what I believe you guys are working on today. And so you're definitely on the right path. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Chief Justice. I literally have like 2 pages of notes as I was taking down all those amazing things you were saying. And I just wanted to ask one question as you were talking about, you know, the table of brotherhood. You were talking about relationships. I sat here and thought about friends that I have that live in other states, and during the pandemic, as well as all of the demonstrations and protests and riots that we saw last year, they were talking about how their court systems were not coming together at all, like not even on the different levels. If their equivalent of Superior Court couldn't even agree on how to operate. So how did you, in the midst of what you said we thought might have been 2 weeks or might have been 90 days, how are you able to bring Metro Atlanta, South Georgia, North Georgia, in the midst of what I want to say 2 pandemics, right?
Yeah.
Dealing with the, and use those relationships that you had built and still be able, with all of the discord that was happening, be able to get to where we are today?
Well, I think it's a great question. I've thought about that. And the reality is the groundwork for that started before the pandemic. So I look at the leadership that exists amongst each member of the class of court that's out there. I look at the leadership in our administrative office of the courts. And I have relationships, and we have relationships with one another that started a long time ago. This is why I love what you guys are doing right now, because the groundwork for being able to work as a unit in it when you need it has to happen before. You can't just form the relationship in the time of crisis and then go. That's too much. And so we already had the relationships. And then it was just a matter of having these conversations and exchanging ideas. It wasn't that I had the answer or that Judge Jackson had the answer, but we talked once a week almost at the beginning of this, and we just heard each other out, and they were able, and she was able to come up with answers, and she was able to do the same with her court. I know that some of the plans that Judge Jackson came up with for DeKalb County are amazingly good. And that was because she had the relationship with her court and they were able to work together. And then she made those products available to our judges across the state. And it was just that kind of spirit. But it really was the relationships that preceded all this. And it wasn't that we developed these relationships in case we had a pandemic. We developed the relationships because we really did enjoy each other. And we had that level of trust and it was absolutely was a strength for us when we needed it.
Oh, I love what you said, that you can't form a relationship in time of a crisis. That's not when it begins. It begins before. And just one last thing, I also made me think about when you talk about relationships and building the relationships, not building them for a reason.
Right.
We just enjoy each other. You like people, and bringing different people to the table and building those relationships with people who are not like you. Right. So you can have these conversations as a brotherhood and at the table. And so I'm just so grateful that you took the time out today. I know how busy you are, and in speaking with your judicial assistant, how busy you are and all that you had to do, and you still made time for us today. And so I'm grateful for that. And I think on behalf of not just the Leadership DeKalb class of 2021 and Leadership DeKalb, I think on behalf of every attorney, every single judge, the announcement is out there. As of July 1st, you will be moving on to different pastures. And I think that the legacy that you have left for us is one that will continue for years and generations to come. And so we thank you for your service to the state of Georgia, and we thank you for being with us here today. Thank you so very much, Chief.
Thank you. Y'all go forth and conquer. I'm a believer in what y'all are doing and what you will do. Go forth and conquer.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will tell you too, my name's Todd Boyce. I am That's my medal back over there. Best class ever, 2016. And I will tell you, yeah, no, Sonia is wrong. I will tell you that speaking as a lawyer in the community who deals with justice every day, that you just heard from the leader of the courts who had an impossible job. To call him the master cat herder would be an insult. Between all the judges and all the staffs and all the counties and all the various different courts, to be able to navigate that process and lead it with integrity is, if he had done nothing else in his judicial career, that would be way too much. But I caught his speech, and it was an amazing one to boot, but he is just an outstanding individual. My name's Todd Boyce, again, best class ever 2016. I'm going to lead you through this group discussion. We're going to jump into it very, very quickly because I know you have been talked at for a little bit. And so I'm not going to talk at you very much longer, for maybe like 30 more seconds. But what's going to end up happening in this group discussion is you're going to be focusing on the homework that you have done, hopefully before today, because you're not going to be able to do all the homework in the group session. But you're going to be asked to do a couple of things in the small groups. You're going to be put into very, very, very small groups. I see many, many, many people on my screen, and Roby is going to put you into groups. And the first thing you need to do when you get in the group is to figure out who's going to take notes, okay? If you've ever served on a jury, that's kind of the first thing you need to do, is to figure out your jury foreperson who's going to report back. Because at the end of it is now 1:53, we're going to give you about till 2:15 to work in the small groups. I'm going to give you a 2-minute warning as well. We'll shoot that into the chat, okay? You're going to work on a series of questions that we're going to shoot into the chat, and they revolve around your homework. And they're going to ask you some difficult questions, and it's your job as a group to kind of address those questions, number one. But number two, be able to communicate what your group came up with in terms of answers, even if the answer is, we really don't have a good answer for those questions yet. And we need a whole lot more discussion on it to kind of come up with a concrete answer. So without further ado, Roby is going to put you into groups and put you into rooms. Make sure you hit your "I hereby accept my room" invitation. Hit it, and we will see you at 2:15. That's about 20 minutes. Fantastic. I think everyone's back. We're going to assume that everyone is. So, I'm just going to put this out for the group, and if you can just unmute yourself and answer the question just to start us off, because we don't have a Wheel of Fortune or a dice or any of those other things that we could use to pick who goes first. But so for whichever group leader wants to start, let's start with the first question, which was basically asking you a sort of a global question of looking at all the videos, including 13th and the DKPD and the fire and the jail tour and the what I will call the victimizer and the victim videos. What resonated with you as the group? Like what was there any cohesive thing that y'all came up with in general? Who wants to start?
I think how you doing, Todd? I'm James Kynes.
Nice to see you, James.
So I think one thing that was a consensus on with our group, and we had some, hey, look at that.
You're big, James. You're big.
I see.
All right.
First, the 13 was how impactful and raw it was, and how intense it was with a lot of the facts. It stirred a lot of emotional anger and kind of surprise as well. The 3-strike law was something that resonated on how it kind of proportionately like put people at disadvantages if they were to happen to get that 4th crime, and now they're looking at more time in jail. One of the things that also resonated with the group was the restorative process from the podcast, and that was something that we like to see because I think we all believe that we all make mistakes and we all are imperfect, and some of the things that our people are kind of getting locked away and ruining their career, ruining their lives for, are they really something that they can be restored from and given second chances about as well, without just the the overall penalty of living the rest of their life with it hanging over their head. So I think those were like the recurring factors and the primary points I think that we talked about. We liked the tour of the jail, obviously, but overall, yeah, I think that was it. Did I leave out anything, group?
Ali says no. Michelle says no. You got it all. Okay. Yeah. I particularly thought the jail video was like amazingly done. I have a job, but if I didn't have a job, I'd sign up with the sheriff's office. But yeah, the restorative justice is a big thing. And I'm sure you heard this already, or if you haven't, this will shock you. But 97% of the people who are currently incarcerated are going to get out. And so restorative justice is a pretty big thing, and it's moving forward because of that. That reason is that ultimately you're going to see folks again. So Holly said you did great, James. So all right, yeah, you get an A+. I'd play you my song on my medal, but it's old. All right, so who wants to go next? I'm gonna switch to the second question. So who wants to answer this one? Were any of your impressions, perceptions, kind of talking about the things that James had said? You guys started with impressions of the criminal justice system, I'm sure, and those may have been from just Law and Order TV show, or like personal experiences, or maybe you've been a juror, or we've got some judges in this group who certainly have a unique experience of the criminal justice system. Were any of those impressions and perceptions changed? And if so, how did that? Who wants to go?
I can go. And my name is Amari Crawford. I hope that I represent my group well because we spoke about a lot.
Good.
So I hope they give me the thumbs up like James's group gave him the thumbs up.
No pressure. No pressure for you. Right.
What we discussed is that the criminal justice system, a lot of people often think that judges, when they think about the criminal justice system, can act unilaterally. And what we discussed is that it has to be changes in different branches of government. It has to be you recognizing who you put in office as a congressman, as a senator, as a state rep, or a state senator, because there are certain bills, there are going to be certain laws that are passed, and judges cannot necessarily act based upon their own feelings. So we discussed how certain laws that are passed target minority groups, and if you're not aware of those type of things, then again the criminal justice system cannot be improved. So it has to be taken more holistically than just looking in the courtroom and looking at DAs or prosecutors, or it has to be, is your state legislator really good representation of the things that you want on the books for laws? And the same thing with congressmen. I know a lot of times people have been attacking, for instance, the immunity issues, but again, that's something that is not just going to be in the courtroom. It has to be on legislative floor. So that's somewhat what we talked about.
That's really good. Those are all interesting topics, especially that immunity. I'm sure that, Judge Alexander or Judge Anderson could tell you that as a judge, if you end up agreeing with every ruling that you make, you're not doing it right. Because that's the way that the law works, is that, and so y'all's group was particularly salient talking about how to actually get back behind the rulings that are given and address those things, because that's very, very, very important. Particularly on the immunity stuff. Like you can actually go and find some immunity rulings that very, very, very clearly the judges didn't want to find what they found. They just didn't. They thought it was unjust. They thought it was wrong. But as you pointed out, hands were tied. And so had the law been different to have the judge implement that law, it might have had a different outcome. That was great. So Omari rocks. So you did okay. I mean, second to James, but whatever.
Well, James was my coach. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
he was my high school
star
coach,
pupil then. Star pupil.
You got James.
You got it. All right, we're going to go on to number 3. And this is for any group leader that wants to jump in. The videos present different images of the pieces of the system. Obviously, there's probably some pieces that are not reflected in there as well. How are you able to reconcile all that information and put it all together so that you can come up with some of the recommendations that you did? Who wants it?
So I'll start this one with my group. And I just want to say that I signed up to be the scribe, not realizing that I was also signing up to be the group leader, but it's all good. We're equipped for this. So
there's also other things that you're going to do later. You just don't know about it. So.
Oh, gee, somebody should have told me.
Okay.
So our initial response was the way that the system is currently organized, there is no reconciliation.
Okay.
So we can't reconcile what should be with what is. That we really have to go back to basics. We're too far out of balance. We have to change the narrative by, changing the media, addressing the implicit biases. So we looked at it both at a granular sort of individual level and at a systematic structural level. So absolutely, as the last group said, we have to change, all 3 branches of government. We're all responsible. But when you grow up wanting to be like your dad, like was said in some of the police videos that we watched, and your dad, who was a product of his time, may have had certain practices, beliefs, values, conversations around the dinner table that perpetuated these understandings or misunderstandings of who's around. You can't reconcile that. You have to fix it. And so our group's posture was we have to engage in the tough conversations. We have to make sure that all communities are represented at the table. We have to be sure that mothers and fathers are in the homes, in the communities. So it was a big kit and caboodle of all that we suggested. But the reality is the way things are right now, there is no reconciliation.
How did y'all resolve, what would have been y'all's first step after I know you mentioned a couple, but are any of those prioritized over the other?
So
besides hard conversations?
We ran out of time. Y'all kicked us out of the room as we was just getting good.
I'm sorry.
But we did talk about changing the nature of policing, and we linked that to the 13th and how the origins of policing in our country were based on catching enslaved people. And if the system is still built off of those principles, then we'll never be at a point of equity and equality. So we literally have to change like a significant overhaul. We also, again, talked about communities and people being in the families and community values being acknowledged. And we did talk specifically about DeKalb County and how in DeKalb County, and y'all know I'm a sociology professor, so we know the history of residential racial segregation, right? And we do have pockets that are wealthier in our community and that are whiter in our community. And we learned about this a couple of leadership days ago, a couple of months back. We were able to see the actual figures in DeKalb. We have to be able to have those conversations about how advancing one group's issues might not advance my issues, and who is the who that we're talking about? Who are we intending to serve? So we engaged all of those pieces. So unfortunately, Todd, we did not have the time to do our full overhaul, our step-by-step, but we did talk about those things. And we spent a lot of time talking about eliminating biases and addressing the media and the images that are portrayed.
Yes, I totally agree. Implicit bias I went to an implicit bias training a couple of years back, and it was led by a judge. And she said that if nothing else that is done, if you can turn your implicit bias into explicit bias, you're doing okay.
Absolutely.
Because to get it out so that people can see it and so you can see it is a huge, huge value. So anyway, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And it looks like you got 5 stars and 2 thumbs up. So you're on 7s. Good for you. So the last question, and this is for any group that wants to take it. If you wanted to change anything about what you saw, what would it be? How would you do it? Who wants it? I know there's other groups out there.
This is Greg from Group 1, best group ever.
Hey, Greg. Best group ever?
Yeah, we're taking it down. Yeah, we're taking it up a level. We're not just focused on the years. We're focused on every single group session.
Okay. I'm sure this is going to be the best answer ever too. So go ahead.
No, that was Dr. Welchers, no question. So I think where we, at this point, we were running out of time, but the thing that we discussed really around this was, I think all of us in different ways were compelled by the podcast around the restorative justice initiatives, and named sort of, and this ties back to sort of how do you vote, and how do you put decision makers and leaders in the right positions to make the tough changes, but the necessary changes. So I think there was, general agreement that that's restorative justice may not be a one size fits all. It may not, it may not supplant the entire justice system as it is, because there is always a need for public safety. That's an interest. But the fact that if we can take even a fraction of our population now who are incarcerated, who could be made whole, who could confront the people they've harmed, and set back on a right course in their life, that would make a huge difference, both economically, which she made in the podcast as an argument, but also, more importantly, at a level of humanity. That I think clearly has a lot to do with district attorneys and who are elected in those roles, and encouraging that in our local government.
Yeah, restorative justice, the podcast, I thought was very, very important, because I felt like the interviewer asked her a bunch of tough questions. He just, which was kind of talking what Adria was talking about too, is that, listen, some of these conversations are not going to be comfortable. It's coming from a place where the system was created in a certain way, and we don't want it to be that way anymore. And we want to move it from something that we don't like to something that we do like, and those tough questions, and being able to answer them for what they are. And the answers aren't always going to be good, well received by the asker, but you have to be able to answer that. And I thought that podcast, that was clearly not the first time she had answered those questions, which I thought was really, really good. And again, the interviewer didn't agree every time she gave the answer, but at least she was willing to talk about those things, and he was brave enough to be able to ask those things. But yeah, those are restorative justice is as I said before, is a very, very popular topic because of a variety of reasons, but it does take courage. It really takes courage to be able to do that kind of stuff. And so it is very, very, very important to have stakeholders who actually believe in that concept. It was not long ago where you couldn't find anyone who believed in that concept. Even from an idealistic perspective, just couldn't get there. Forget about from an actual lowering economic costs in society, bettering society as in terms of value, any of that kind of stuff. They just couldn't even wrap their minds around it. And it obviously does good things. It obviously helped, the people in the videos. It obviously helped those folks, and it helps. It's just it takes a lot of courage to get it there. It's much easier to lock somebody up and throw away the key. It's much easier. It's not better, as you pointed out. It's not better. It doesn't help the person. Really probably doesn't help society a whole lot, but it's certainly easier. So anyway, I really, really appreciate the opportunity to have group discussion with you guys. Are we going to talk more about restorative justice today? I really want to, I almost guarantee that you will hear that phrase again. I mean, I'd be willing to bet my medal on it. I mean, you can't have it, but I bet you're going to hear about it. But I'm around. I'm going to hang out with y'all for a little while longer. You can't have my medal, Michelle. You cannot. Sorry. But I really appreciate it. I hope you guys will take what you guys were talking about here today and not let this be the last time you talk about it. Okay. Don't let that happen. Okay. Zoom makes it real easy to pick up, as Chief Justice Melton was saying, pick up the phone, but pick up your video phone and be able to talk about these things repeatedly, because they are not easy conversations. They're not easy answers, and it's going to take all of us. Okay. I'll turn it back over to Jenny or Ozar. Who's taking it?
Hey, I will take it. I'm here. So we are going to head into a 10-minute break. If everyone can be back at 2:45, we're going to kick off our next session. Thank you so much, Todd. I'm glad that you were able to facilitate a great discussion, and I am really happy and thankful that our class got to spend some time talking with each other, because it was important in this space that you got to spend some time talking. And at the end of today, I will come back to you and give you an invitation to join us again for some more conversations and dialogue next week. But we at least wanted to build into today's agenda a moment for you to sit back and be able to talk with one another. So we'll see you at 2:45.
I'm Attorney Miguel Dominguez, and we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm honored to serve as your moderator today for today's discussion. Before we get started, let me just say congrats to all of you that are part of this Leadership DeKalb class. We hope that you will continue to lead and continue to have an impact on DeKalb County and the rest of Georgia after you graduate. And I imagine that after graduation, you'll be shouting at the top of your lungs that 2020 class was the best class ever, which I often hear from past graduates. So that'll become funnier in the years to come, I'm sure. We're excited to have our panel here today. First and foremost, we have DeKalb County District Attorney Sherry Boston. We also have our Sheriff, Melody Maddox, and our Chief of Police, Mirtha Ramos. And although I only see DA Boston with us at this moment, oh, here we go. And I now see Sheriff Maddox. We're gonna keep the show moving forward, and here we go. Now we got the whole team. Chief Ramos, thank you for joining us. Sheriff Maddox, thank you for being here. And Madam DA Boston, thank you for being here as well. All right, so let me start with a couple of ground rules. I'll give you all about a minute or so to respond to our questions. And when we get close to that time, I'll hold up my hand or something just to sort of indicate to you to try to wrap it up a little bit. And if we have those who won't wrap it up, I will interrupt a little bit just to make sure that everyone is heard on these issues and to make sure that we cover all the ground that we intend to cover today. So we'll jump right in. Chief Ramos, I'm going to start right in with you. We live in a moment in history, unfortunately, where the response to a humble and compassionate statement like Black Lives Matter often draws a misguided, dare I say, manipulative response in Blue Lives Matter. And so my question for you is, how do you manage striving to be blue while being in your own melanated skin?
That's always an interesting question that's asked quite often. And realistically, with my position, which may be a little bit different than the officer on the road, but my position is difficult because I come into work, I wear the uniform, and I oversee Black and white officers. I oversee a Black and white community. So what I strive to do every day really is just to be fair, make sure that I treat both sides fairly. And like I said, I think it's just a little difficult for me to answer that question because I don't have that luxury of being Black and blue when I'm at work. I just have to make sure that I treat everyone the same and that our officers treat everyone fairly, no matter what the color of their skin is.
Fair enough. Madam Sheriff, how do you manage striving to be blue while being in your own melanated body?
Again, it will be the same as Chief said, but by operating with integrity, operating with respect and understanding. There is no, like she said, no Black and blue or white or whatever. For us, we have a job to do, and we have to do it proudly. And I serve very well. I get up every morning, put this uniform on, proud to serve my community, all 750,000+ constituents, and regardless of their race, nationality, color, sexual origin, this is a passion for me.
Ms. Boston, I imagine you're not necessarily considering yourself striving to be blue, but as a prosecutor, there's a perception, at least in the community, that the DA's office is the police. So how do you manage as a Black woman and with that perception?
So I would say, Miguel, that it's not easy. And especially when the community has a real distrust around prosecutors. Sometimes people like to call us persecutors. I've heard all those words. And so it is difficult. And I am reminded that although I am an African-American, I'm an African-American female serving a majority African-American community, although it is not, we have other races in our community, but we have a large number of African-Americans that live in this community. And traditionally what we've seen in this profession is white male prosecutors. And currently in the United States, used to be 4 years ago when I started, was less than 1%. We are now actually, believe it or not, at a little over 1%, but not a whole lot, of African-American women that are sitting as chief elected prosecutors across this country. And so I think when I think about what it's like to be a Black leader in this community, and what my approach is that I have to remember that I'm looking at people that look like me, that come from my community, that have high expectations. And so it's about building that trust.
Thank you. Chief Ramos, I'm coming right back to you for your perspective. What are the dynamics that might shape how an African-American officer polices other African-Americans?
It goes both ways because you have people that say, well, you need other Black Africans, Americans to actually police Black African communities. And then you have other people that say, well, they're just as bad as everybody else as long as they wear the uniform. So sometimes it's tough. And I will share with you that I just was reviewing an internal affairs complaint. And one of the complaints was that the officer was rude. And he was rude. And what he's saying in the body-worn camera is, he said, so he used some profanity, but he was mad because the person he was dealing with looked like him. And he said, how you gonna say I'm a racist, man? Look at me, I look just like you. He turns on the light, look at the color of my skin. So they two were arguing because they looked the same. And so one felt that he should have been treated differently because they looked the same. So it's just a difficult challenge all the way around when you're trying to police. It all depends on the individual person and what their internal feelings are towards the person they're interacting with.
So you gave me a good segue, and we'll go off script for a minute. A lot of what you probably read in that complaint is based on a common perception in the community that even Black and brown officers behave badly towards our people, Black and brown people. So, you know, is that a dynamic that you're aware of? How do you deal with that? How do you see that?
Actually, I'm going to look at it from the other perspective. I saw that as the frustration of the officer saying, how can you call me a racist when I look just like you? I go through everything that you go through. Why are you giving me such a hard time? So sometimes they get it just as bad as if they were dealing with someone that didn't look like them. And I think that's an added stress that Black officers experience that someone else could not understand.
Okay. How is that dynamic that we're speaking of, Chief, impacted if the officer is African-American, but he's policing Latinos here in Georgia?
You know, once again, I'm going to say it's individuals. What we understand is we all receive the same type of training. We try to address the implicit bias, but realistically, it's how that person, that individual, no matter what the color of their skin, is bringing to work. And our role as chiefs of police and leadership is to identify if that is a problem and how they view people who don't look like them and address it swiftly and not tolerate treating people differently based on the color of their skin.
Okay. Sheriff Maddox, what are, in your experience in law enforcement, what are the dynamics that might shape how African-American police officers police African-Americans?
I'm sorry, what did you just ask? I'm sorry.
It's okay. What are some of the dynamics in your experience that might shape how African-American officers police other African-Americans?
Well, understand one thing is, I don't think there's a certain way that we should police anybody because of the color of their skin. I think you should police to police. You should go out there and you should do your job, and you should use the training and the skills that have been that were given to you during that training time to use. But it's also about respect. We have to learn that as law enforcement officers, and we haven't been doing a good job with that. And that's because law enforcement is undervalued, underpaid, and overworked. Nobody wants to do our job. So a lot of them, a lot of the officers, and it's not an excuse for them, but are getting stressed. But it comes back to us as leaders to show how you should treat or how you should act and how we can, you know, to be calm in certain situations and how to handle things. So the dynamics it's all about training. It's all about the officers that you bring in, whether it be a detention officer or a police officer, but it's how you interact with people.
Okay. We hear a lot about criminal justice reform these days. It seems like we're finally in a place where there's bipartisan support for reform, even from those who seem unwilling or unable to recognize the harm done to Black and brown communities. All still seem to agree that the system is broken, albeit the focus is often the fiscal impact of our broken system. Madam DA, if you had it your way, what would criminal justice reform look like?
Well, if I had it in my way and money wasn't an object or a part of the equation, I think we have to go back into the community. First and foremost, there are way too many things that we have positioned as criminal that are public health issues around substance abuse disorder, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, poverty, mental health issues, all of these things that we have pushed into the criminal justice system to fix should be removed. And, you know, if I had all the money in the world, there'd be community courts. We would fully fund our community-based advocacy programs and professionals to help in nonviolent situations. And we would give to our law enforcement, our police, the only job that they should really have, which is public safety. And I would also imagine a criminal justice system where we remove racial inequities. That's a harder question. But if we could start doing those things, if we could start having people less afraid to call the police for help because they fear it would end in tragedy, then that's the type of criminal justice reform that I would like to see for our communities.
Okay. Sheriff, I'll give you the question again. If you had it your way, what would you like to see in terms of criminal justice reform?
Fairness.
Say that again.
Fairness.
Gotcha.
It needs to be fair. It needs to be fair. It needs to be fair about the sanctions, you know, because what we all know that what you can have the same crime, two different people, and you get different sanctions there for them. But justice reform, when we talk about that, let's look at what's causing that. Food, shelter, and education, employment. You take away those things from any of us, what do we have? The streets. We have the life of crime. So we have to look at what the issue and what the problem is and somehow give that back to those individuals and give them an opportunity. But some of them never had a first opportunity to get to the second opportunity. We have to be able to work with the district attorneys, solicitor general, judges, prosecuting attorneys, defenders. We have to be able to work together to see what we can do as the sheriff, as the chief. How can we work for justice reform? Because what affects one community is definitely going to affect the other. But for me, justice reform is about all of us working together, coming together as one to find a solution to it so that we can counteract some of this, that stop this pipeline to prison thing. I mean, for those on here that know me, I'm very big on that. And that's why I've dropped my age down to bring in the solution to an issue. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. And I have a lot going on. I can go into all of that. I'm sorry. I have a lot that's going on with me. And that's why I keep asking you sometimes to ask the question.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. I'll repeat it as many times. Like any good attorney, I want you to understand the questions.
Yeah.
I'll repeat it for you. No pressure. Chief, same question for you. If you had it your way, what would criminal justice reform look like for you?
Well, one, I think it should be a little bit more streamlined across the board. I think law enforcement agencies were all different, but there are some things that we're kind of spinning our wheels in. So you'll hear someone say, well, we all need to have body-worn cameras. Or, well, we all need this type of training. Well, we all need to ban chokeholds. Okay, if we've all decided that that's something that most agencies should do, since someone needs to put it in place so that all law enforcement agencies can at least abide by those things that we agree upon that are not different in all the different types of agencies. I think we listen to all of these reforms and committees, and they keep talking about some of the things that a lot of the larger agencies already have in place. The Cobb County PD already has body-worn cameras. We already have a very strict body-worn camera policy. We already have a no chokeholds. So, but we're spinning our wheels, talking things that sound good, but we're really not putting them into motion, and we're not really helping those agencies that don't have those policies in place that can make a difference, have them put them in place, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Sheriff Maddox, coming back to you, what are the top three challenges you believe you face when ensuring racial equality in the context of criminal justice reform?
What are the top three
challenges to racial equality in your position, obviously, as it pertains to criminal justice reform?
I would have to say money. First of all, it takes money. In order to fund, we have to have money to fund. 12 or less months in the jail. They just graduated from my welding program. We have a partnership with Georgia Piedmont Technical College. It takes money. Unfortunately, we got with the DeKalb WorkSource, so the inmates are not charged anything. But it goes back again to Miguez that we have to show some type of respect for the inmates, to show them that we do care and that we understand. I have an acronym here. It's called EAR, Excellence, Accountability, and Respect. And that means that we hear them, we know what's going on, but we need help to do it while we're, you know, as the sheriff here. It takes a lot of work and money.
Thank you. Chief, what are the top three challenges you face when ensuring racial equity as it relates to criminal justice reform or in the context of criminal justice reform?
I think for us in law enforcement is about just making sure that the officers are educated. We don't have a say in what happens when they get to the jail or when they go to courts, but we can make sure that our officers are trained adequately and held accountable to make sure that we at least treat the communities the same, no matter what community we're patrolling, whether we're on the north end of the cab or the south end of the cab. So for me, it's more about just the challenge of making sure that our officers are being held accountable and are trained to do their job. Sometimes it's not that they don't want to, sometimes the training is not adequate enough, and we need to identify that and actually do something about it rather than just simply blaming the officer. Sometimes we need to be held accountable ourselves for what we see that's lacking and hold ourselves accountable to making some change.
Okay. Madam DA, top 3 challenges you and your office face as it pertains to ensuring racial equality as it pertains to criminal justice reform.
Buy-in, which is really getting everyone within our system to buy into the need for reform. Trust in the system, meaning the community doesn't trust us with criminal justice reform. They don't believe that we're trying to do what we're trying to do. And then finally, the third thing I'd say is support. And I'm grateful to have a supportive community in DeKalb. But when I talk about support, I talk about Georgia, because much of the laws that are getting passed down at the legislature are aimed at getting rid of criminal justice reform. Much of the elected officials in Georgia are standing up against those of us that want to have reform. So I'm fighting for my community, while at the same time, often I'm taking daggers from people that don't even live in DeKalb that want to tell me what's best for the people that I'm trying to serve. And it's hard. It's hard.
Great. All right. Let's move the conversation forward a little bit. Chief, this is I imagine would be a sort of an oddball question for you to answer, but we're going to ask you anyway. What does defunding the police mean to you?
For me, I interpret it as in most people feel as though that there's too much money going to the police and that there needs to be less allocated to us. I will tell you that that is not the case. Our officers, while they're paid well, they're not paid the best. And so to say that we make enough money, that we have enough money, is not true. So for me, when you say defund it, that means we will pay our officers less. We will have less money for training. We will have less money for equipment. And therefore, I think you're just exasperating the problem by now having less paid, less trained officers on the road. What I think people should just consider is that I agree, we do need more funding for social services. However, I don't believe that funding should come from the police. I think there's other places that they can take that would help us with those situations. And just because you fund those social services doesn't mean that we will have to stop dealing with narcotics, doesn't mean that we won't have to deal with the mental health costs. We'll still be responsible, but yet we still will be with officers that are paid less, trained less, and have less.
Okay. Sheriff Maddox, what does defunding the police mean to you?
It's just what it said, when she said taking those funds away and trying to, and reallocating them somewhere else. And it goes back to, again, the training. And if you're talking about defunding of the police, if you want to defund, then what is in place? What are you going to substitute defunding the police with? We all know that we need law enforcement, we need police, but we need the community just as much as, you know, they need us. We have to work together. So if you take those funds away, again, what are we going to have to send our officers out for the specialized training that we need, especially for our SWAT team, our JEST team? And again, it's different for the PD side as it is for the sheriff office here. So it's a big difference working on the outside as it is in here with the inmates.
So what do you say to those folks in the community, and this is both chief and sheriff, you can jump in there, that say really defunding the police is about addressing a lot of the issues that put the community in harm's way because the police are not the appropriate tool, the appropriate vessel to deal with some of these social issues. And really reallocating those funds so that there is some relief. Using mental health as an example is the first thing that comes to mind, so that there's not officers responding to those calls unnecessarily and putting folks in harm's way. How does that change your mind at all, your position about what the community means by defunding the police?
Well, here's the deal. If you take that away and if you say, well, reallocate those resources, and think about it, who's going to respond to those calls? Who's going to respond to the mental health? You can go out there and you can train, you can have a mental health provider to come in. I can have mine to come in and to assist, but to actually respond to those calls, because think about it, some of them may have some sort of weapon, whether it be a knife or a gun. Now, should there we have some training? That's where the CIT training come in for us, crisis intervention training, which is a 40-hour course that teach us to somehow identify, not make us experts, but to identify when an individual is going through a crisis or an emotional breakdown. Then at that point, the officer should be able to call someone in to assist with that. But to respond to certain calls, I don't see citizens in the community want to do what we do. Others are running away while we're running in.
Okay. All right. Chief, do you have anything to add to that, or you pretty much agree?
I would just agree. I just want the community to know that we all want the same thing realistically, but we're just, the understanding is why take the money from police? Police already does not have enough funding. Part of our issues would be the lack of funding. So if they're unhappy with our services now, they would probably be more unhappier if they took funding away from us and did not allow us to continuously train our people to be better at what they do.
I think, and we could talk about this on a panel probably all day, so I won't keep us stuck here, but I think I can speak for some in the community by saying that I think the issue is one that actually Sheriff Maddox touched on when she started, she opened her comments earlier. You know, the opportunities and the social issues that are really at the heart of many of these issues that then turn into criminal behavior is, I think, the main point when folks talk about defunding. Let me move on. Madam DA, in your experience and opinion, how does implicit bias play out in court, specifically with prosecutors?
Oh, it's a problem. And I have no problems saying that, because if we aren't willing to acknowledge that we all, as human beings, have biases that are implicit, it doesn't make us bad people. It doesn't make us racist, but it makes us human. And so the important piece in prosecution is that in order for us to avoid allowing those biases to affect the system in a harmful way, we have to do all that we can to recognize them, to acknowledge them. And then when we create and set policies around charging, sentencing, plea negotiations, or what we choose to prosecute or whom we choose to prosecute, that we're doing so and with policies that remove those biases. So if we're not doing the work around implicit bias training, then we absolutely are failing as prosecutors and failing as members of the criminal justice system.
Okay, Chief, same question. What is there implicit bias as you see it in the role of your officers in the community? And Madam Boston, she pretty much answered this in her answer as well. What have you done in your position to address implicit and explicit bias?
You know, I'm going to echo her sentiments, is that we're dealing with individuals who are humans, and we all bring what we feel to the table. It's just a matter of being able to identify them and learn to deal with them in a way that will not hinder how you operate. So we are working at bringing in additional training to be able to identify those impartial biases that we all have, those internal feelings that you don't even know that you have, but you need to be able to identify them so that you don't let them impact the way you do your job on a day-to-day basis.
Sheriff?
Yes, it's pretty much going to be the same. I think all of us are probably going to be the same on that question. It's about inclusion and diversity, and we do have that training here to deal with the inmates, but on several issues, because we have, you know, our alternative lifestyle pods here, but we have to make sure that our officers on an individual, again, bringing them into training, know how to handle those individuals when they work on those particular floors. We can't just have the same officer work the same floor all the time because shift rotates out. So it's about training the whole agency on how to deal with implicit as well as explicit bias, the whole 9 yards. But first to give them the definition of what they mean, because some people don't even know what the difference is.
Okay, let's dig in a little deeper on this. Madam DA, you didn't create a historically racist or unjust criminal justice system, but you certainly inherited one. I think we can all agree on that. What do you understand the role of your office, if any, in mitigating the harm?
We have a huge role, a prominent role in mitigating that harm. And it first comes with acknowledgement. There are some of my colleagues across the state that wouldn't even acknowledge that the system is inherently systemically racist. And if you can't even accept what you have been given, right, what I inherited, if you can't accept the consequences of that, then how can you be a part of the solution? And that's what we have to do. And so, for example, under this past Department of Justice, they decided that there would no longer be funding for training around diversity, equality, and inclusion, because that was somehow pushing forth a narrative that the system wasn't fair. Well, the true narrative is the system hasn't been fair. And if we're not willing to take that acknowledgement, accept that that is who we have been and who we are, then how can we work towards the solutions to be better? And the simple answer is we can't. In DeKalb, I'm going to accept it. I'm going to own it, and I'm going to try to move forward for the constituents in my community, because they deserve that.
Chief, what do you understand your role, or the role of your office, I should say, your department, in mitigating the harm done?
I think what we need to do is what we've been doing, making sure that our officers are out there interacting with the community. And what we want to do is make sure they're interacting with people that look like them, but also people who don't look like them. So I think when you interact with the community and you start learning about each other, whether it's a racial issue or whether it's law enforcement versus civilian issue, I think interaction and learning about each other is key. So we're definitely enhancing our community policing efforts to make sure that the interaction is there, it's present, and it's real. Even if it is difficult during COVID, we're still making those attempts.
Sheriff, this is a little harder question in your role as chief jailer of the county, and I acknowledge that. So you let me know, what do you understand your role or your office's role, if any, in mitigating the harm done, or is there?
Well, I think it comes back to, number one, holding those individuals responsible for their actions here at the agency. But let me just say this also, that is a hard question for me as, the sheriff, but I do take the time out, especially since I've had my 2 vaccines, to go back on the floors and now walk the floors, having the opportunity to talk to the inmates, to see what's going on so that I can have an understanding to make decisions, to make the changes that are needed. Because if somebody else give it to me, it's going to be third party, should I say, information. But if I see it for myself, then I will understand, and then I will be able to make those necessary changes for the environment in which we in. We all know things change every day, but I'm going to do my part as the sheriff to make sure that everything is fairly done here.
Thank you. Madam DA, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Is there a space in your office in particular for young progressive prosecutors who don't want to participate in the racist system that ultimately led to the mass incarceration of Black and brown people?
I think there is a space. Now, I mean, we'd have to have a conversation, because at the end of the day, one part of our mandate is prosecution. And it means that there will be 100% on your plate where you are going to be asking a judge to incarcerate someone. That comes with the territory. But what I say to my new people joining my team and people that are looking to join a team that's different is, what you're going to find here is that when we're seeking accountability, when we are seeking incarceration, you will do so with the understanding that everything that you do is done with a lens that is fair and just, a lens that looks at racial inequities, a lens that tries to heal families, whether it's the family of the victim or the family of the defendant, and that there will be second chances for that returning citizen when they come out. Those are the things that we offer. I recognize that there is harm sending someone to prison, but I also recognize that sometimes it's necessary. But at the same time, we have to be a part of the reconciliation for families, for victims, and for our returning citizens once they have completed their time behind bars if necessary.
One of the things, DA Boston, that was a part of my personal experience as a prosecutor, and I wonder your thoughts very briefly on this, because this is sort of a side note, but I wondered why, you know, as a prosecutor, years in prosecution, why there was never a focus or anyone that thought it was important for prosecutors to have the stats. You know, the stats that drive, you know, what we saw in the 13th, for example, the documentary about mass incarceration. You know, to me, it's a little bit of a concern to have people who are making these judgment calls, don't even know what the stats are, don't even know what the history is. Are you addressing that in your office in any way?
Absolutely. And I think, Miguel, you hit the nail on the head. Data is so important. And, you know, we are now living in a time where the collection of data is a lot easier than it was 20, 25 years ago. And so now there is no excuse for any office, A, not to be collecting data, and B, not finding an opportunity or a place to look into it. And I am proud that DeKalb County DA's office was selected as a technical site by the Vera Institute of Justice. And one of the things that we've done, as scary as it is I have given them access to all of my data over like a 5 to 7 year period, and they are digging into it, and they're going to come back and they're going to make a list of recommendations for me and say, these are your blind spots, DA Boston. This is what you're doing around sentencing and charging and all of these things. And what we're going to do is share that data with our office in order to do better. And it's scary, but it's a necessary process that every prosecution office should go through.
Sure. Chief, same question for you. Is there space within your department for young, progressive law enforcement officers who have seen the ills of mass incarceration and feel like they don't necessarily want to perpetrate that harm?
There is room for anyone who wants to treat our community with respect, can follow policy, and can do the right thing. So we can stand for what you stand for, but you all need to stand for the same thing, which is justice and fairness for all. We have officers that don't really want to be out on the field. They want to investigate because they want to make sure that the investigations are done adequately. We have units that want to work in our community policing unit because they don't want to focus on arrest. They want to focus on the service part of it. So there is a place for anyone in the DeKalb County Police Department, as long as they know they're going to be held accountable, and I need them to treat everyone fairly.
Okay. Chief, I'm going to stay with you for a second. In police brutality cases specifically, the community often equates transparency to the release of the video in reference to a particular incident involving police brutality. How do you manage that community concern, which essentially is our community is getting hit with another wrong, another act of violence, and, you know, Chief so-and-so in not being transparent and not releasing this video is either perpetrating that harm or covering it up, right? But then you have your job to do in terms of ensuring that the investigation and whatever needs to happen on your end happens with integrity and appropriately. How do you balance those concerns?
One, I think before you get to that point, you need to have trust. Your community has to have a level of trust in you that you're going to do what you say. So you start that now, not when you need it. Fortunately for us, since my time here, I haven't not had to deal with that incident. But if I had to, I would make sure that I'm transparent with the community and what I can provide and when I can provide it. And I would provide whatever information I could as soon as possible. I do believe in transparency and accountability, and I think I've proven that since I've gotten here. And hopefully if I ever need to demonstrate that, I will do so, and the community already knows that they can rely on me following up on what I say.
Madam DA, how do you balance that concern? I know hopefully by the time you get cases, some of this is already been handled by the police department, but I know there's oftentimes where you'll have a piece of evidence that the community is clamoring for just because they want to know what happened, right? Should we be upset? How do you handle balancing your duties versus that concern?
So this is really hard because most of the time, because I work with law enforcement agencies, this question of releasing a video, especially when it's on an incident is caught on camera and there's a belief that's going to show what happened, everybody wants to see the video. For me as district attorney, I am looking at it going, I understand a desire to see and know, but my desire is to make sure that if someone needs to be held accountable for their actions, i.e. if I have to charge a law enforcement officer for some action on a video, then I want to make sure that my evidence is clean, tight, protected, and that I am going to be seen as an unbiased prosecutor. And sometimes that means holding back evidence, because we don't, in other cases, you don't see us parading evidence across TV. So I have to balance that. Now, there are circumstances where if the community is at such a high level, meaning I'm concerned that there would be unrest in the streets, then that's a circumstance where you have to weigh, does that community unrest outweigh this ability of making sure everything is fair in the criminal justice system? And those circumstances are rare, because if we can keep the community calm, then just give me the time that I need as DA to do a thorough, fair, and sifting investigation, hold those accountable that I need to hold accountable, present that evidence in court and not the court of a public opinion, and try to get what people want, which is a measure of justice in the courtroom.
Well, you touched on a perfect thing for us to transition here. So in your role as DA, how do you hold law enforcement accountable for their actions when you're interacting with them? They're your partners in law enforcement on a daily basis. How do you do that?
So, and I know it's hard for people to believe, because they're like, these are the people that you use in your other cases. And yes, they are. And I will tell you, when we open an investigation on any law enforcement officer, at the same time we're open that investigation, we are going, run his name and how many of our cases that we were trying to prosecute are associated with that same officer. But what I can tell you is that my oath requires me to hold all accountable. And it doesn't matter if it's a person I don't know, a law enforcement officer that was in my courtroom last week helping me on a case. No one is above the law. And we have to make sure that we have policies that let the community believe that no one is above the law. And I will say this, if I feel like I can't be fair, if this is a law enforcement officer that has been so ingrained in my office, then we will ask for a special prosecutor, and I will take it out of my hands if I feel like I can't be fair. But the people elected me to make hard decisions, and I take that oath and that election very seriously.
Yeah, it's a hard, I'll just add this, it's a hard job on that issue from prosecutor. A lot of times we're seeing some things that raise eyebrows from specific officers just because of the nature of what we're doing. We're reviewing a lot of cases and they're coming in and we see certain names. You know, I wonder for the chief, you know, if you were to get a call, a memo, something from Madam DA here that you know, in her opinion, based on what she's saying, you know, there might be an issue with one of your officers, how might you receive that? Because I know in other counties where I've been a prosecutor, that's a touchy ask. You know, it's a touchy situation in terms of balancing and showing respect for your office as a police department, but still balancing the concern in the community that there may be an officer that has a problem.
Well, I think knowing what I know just in the year that I've been here, I don't think that would ever be a problem, because I feel as though that we are both stand for the same thing, which is fairness for all, and we don't believe that anyone is above the law. I just want to clarify that in the time that I've been here and the people that we have had leave the department or have been fired from the department, they have been, it has all started from within. So we are holding ourselves accountable so that someone from the outside doesn't have to. But if we are held accountable from the outside, we probably already know it's coming and we're just waiting. Because if you look at things through an open lens and you know what's wrong is wrong no matter who does it.
Okay. Sheriff, have you considered training for Black, specifically Black detention officers that addresses the trauma of being someone who participates in incarceration and control of Black inmates in a jail?
I've addressed training all officers, not just Black officers.
Okay.
It's not us against them, although it may look like, and it kind of sort of to some people, it may be that thing, but it's a matter of, again, going back to respect. And going back to what I was saying, I've dropped the age down to 18. Again, individuals come straight out of high school and start working here. I've now upped the training. Instead of 2 weeks, it's 4 weeks of training, and I'm going to take it to 6 weeks of training. I believe in quality over quantity. I'm not just going to hire somebody just so I can say I fill those positions. I want to hire qualified individuals so I can come in here and train them so that they will understand, especially at a youthful mind, on how to treat people, how to talk to people, look at the diversity that the county makes up. I mean, I was the chief of police at Georgia Piedmont Tech College, where it's set in the heart of 100 plus nationalities, languages, spoken in there. So I had to understand them. I didn't speak their language fluently, but I understood them. And that's what I want to give the training here. So regardless of the color of your skin, you're going to be able to work here and work here with respect and treat those with dignity.
Miguel, can I say something about trauma really quick and the
Sure.
people in this system?
Absolutely.
I think it's really important because I know that our classmates or the class watched 13th, and I think this is some part of the discussion. And I'll tell you that I had Black and brown prosecutors in my office that have shared with me how their family members question their decision to work in a prosecutor's office, that they have to go to Thanksgiving and family meals after church and defend the profession that they have chosen. And there is a trauma associated with that. And if we don't recognize and work to say, yes, that our Black and brown folks are experiencing a level of judgment within their family and friend circles that's different than white folks in the same situation, then we are dismissing what those people are feeling. And you have got to bring that in. You've got to acknowledge it. You've got to recognize it. And you got to offer those resources. Because I'm hearing it from my prosecutors, especially after a summer of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. They're saying, why am I doing this? And my family is looking at me and asking me the same question. So we have to reinforce that we have to deal with that trauma because it is real. It is real.
That is a great thought. Thank you for sharing. We are now going to shift to the Q&A section, so we have a little bit of time to address those. And I believe that our great Jenny Stolarski is going to be helping me with that, so I can identify what questions we have on deck.
I'm going to be looking through the chat box, but if there are any live questions, please feel free to either raise your hand or drop a question in the chat box. Someone did have a question about what sort of response is available for mental health services for crisis services. Is that only a police response, or is there a response that can be made by a crisis center? Perhaps
I would like to say something that most people probably don't know is that we actually have 2 mental health nurses that ride with our officers every day from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. There's only 2 of them, but they do ride with an officer and they respond to mental health calls with our officers. And if they have to do follow up on any old cases, our officers goes with them. So every day, not 24/7, we're hoping to increase, but 2 nurses from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. are out there with our officers daily. I mean, we could You know, we could definitely use more nurses, but it's better than not having them available. There are resources that are readily available to us.
And also from the jail side, we do have a mental health unit here that is direct for mental health, to get the assistance that those that need it when they come in. They have, if they should need to see someone, and there are certain questions that are asked from the medical staff, and the medical staff knows to refer them to the mental health provider, and we take it from there. So we do have that. This is a 24 operation, so that person is here around the clock.
Sheriff, we had one real early in the presentation that was directed squarely to you. Holly Smith said, does it make it difficult to do your job when you see that Black and brown people are treated differently than our counterparts?
It doesn't make it difficult for me, but it's very hurtful. I come from the streets of DeKalb County police officer for 11 years. So I know what it is to be out there, number one, on the street, to lock those individuals, put those individuals in cuffs. But now it's also a big difference for me to see them once they get in here. And again, I'm big on training, on treating those individuals that are incarcerated with dignity and respect. Everybody that's in here, let me just say this, don't need to be incarcerated. There are some that should be here. And like Dia Boston said, they will create havoc on our community if they are allowed to get out at any given time. But at the same time, I still think that we need to work with community leaders to see what other alternative sentencing we can use besides incarceration, because sometimes you can do more harm than good to individuals once you incarcerate them. That's where the justice reform comes in and education.
What is the process? This is from Kristen, right? I think this is a great question. What's the process for handling excessive force claims in DeKalb? Independent Review Board. Chief, any comments on that?
Any excessive force claims are reviewed by our internal affairs unit, and they will decide if there's excessive force in collaboration with my office. So they do the investigation and they present it to my office, and we work together to identify it. We do not have an independent review board that reviews our cases.
So from just in terms of advising Ms. Wright, if someone had an issue with excessive force, to get that ball rolling, I think is what she's at. What's the process? Does someone
They simply have to call our internal affairs unit and make a complaint.
Okay. And is that written or just verbal?
They can do it written, they can do it verbal, they do it through Zoom, they do it through email. We open it up any way, shape, or form. We try to make it easy.
Okay. This one here is probably good for Sheriff. Troy Vincent asked, I've heard a number of prisons build beds, I guess he wants to say bed space based on third grade standardized testing scores. Is there truth to that?
I'm not sure what the third grade standardized testing scores are, so I can't say that. I can say the prison beds, first of all, in the jail, there's a difference between jail and prison. Let me just say that. Sure. Just understand one thing, our beds are the beds that's been here for the past 26 years, as long as this building has been here. Now, are they old? Yes, they are. But it's called doing more with less. But we're still going to make sure that they are taking that. Those individuals belong to someone. There's somebody, loved one that's here. And we're going to make sure that they are taken care of while they're in here. I often tell the inmates, now, come on now, this is not a 5-star hotel. And they understand that it's about communicating with them as well. So to answer the question, I'm not for sure what a third grade standardized test.
I think the reference, I'm sorry, Sheriff. I think the reference is to the school to prison pipeline that has been.
Oh, is that what they're trying? Okay, because I'm lost on that one. Okay, help me out with that one.
Okay.
Okay, you said the school, the pipeline, the pipeline, and that's why we have that's why we do have our programs here to assist. It's all, again, it goes back to justice reform, making sure we have the funds, making sure we have the tools necessary to reform those individuals so that when they return back into the community, they go back, they leave from our facility more than what they came in with. First of all, they leave with the level of respect. I often tell them when they leave, they get a package from me. And in that package is a mask, it's a resource list to get food, shelter, whatever they need. But also it's a little note at the bottom from me, and it tells them in quotes, your life lesson is not your life sentence. So it's about going out and making great decisions.
Okay. Well, we've run out of time, and I want to again thank all of our esteemed panelists, Sheriff Maddox, Chief Ramos, thank you for being here, and District Attorney Boston, thank you for being here as well. Thank you for all of you who tuned in and who have been putting in the time away from your normal lives to glean from this program, and congratulations on being part of the class. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to take a very short, like literally 2-minute stretch break while the other panel gets ready to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marissa McCall Dodson. I am the Public Policy Director and an attorney at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I am here this afternoon to have a discussion about criminal justice policy initiatives with a very esteemed panel. We have Dr. Kamara Jones, who's an epidemiologist and an anti-racism activist, Fallon McClure, who is the Director of Community Outreach at Reform Georgia, Claudia Sari, who's a Circuit Public Defender in DeKalb County, Ashika Penn, who is the Deputy Chief Assistant District Attorney of Juvenile Court. We're going to have a discussion this afternoon about some of the bigger systemic issues that we can talk about in the context of racial inequities and economic inequities. I'm hopeful that we can talk about this in 3 segments, if you will, thinking about how people get into the system and what disparities exist on the entry point, if you will, thinking about what happens when people are inside the system. Would like Dr. Jones to tell us about the public health.
I'm sorry, Mommy, what about while you in here?
And then I would like to talk about reentry, what happens when people are getting home or trying to return home when it comes to a criminal record. And I just want to start out by saying, as we know, and as was expressed on the last panel, these issues are systemic. These problems are bigger than just one office, one agency, one officer, one prosecutor, one judge. It does not matter what color the people are in those roles, that we need to understand that Black people can perpetuate the same type of racism that white people can and do. We are talking about institutional systemic issues. And so I want to kind of get away from this notion that it's an individual actor kind of thing, and more about what kind of systemic responses we can have. So I want to start out you all this afternoon, and I know many of you already, and so I'll maybe just call on you and go in an order. Some of these questions can be answered by all of you. So the first question is really about the entrance point into the system. Who's getting in and how are they getting in? There's all kinds of conversations. There was a question in the chat earlier about children. About recognizing that we have some systemic responses that put more youth and more children in our system than in other parts of the criminal legal system. And so I want to start with asking about some of the policies that are being considered or that you would like us to consider in Georgia that would allow us to treat children as children, recognize the brain science that says that children should be treated differently, yet often we don't find that to be true in our system. And so what do you think about some of these policies and how we might be able to address some of the racial disparities in them? And I might just start with Fallon from Reform Georgia, if you don't mind, kind of talking about juvenile justice and what kind of policies we are thinking about when we're talking about getting kids in and out of our system.
Thank you so much, Marissa. It's great to see you and to be on this panel with everyone else. I think when we're looking at juvenile justice, there's a couple of things that are the entry points in the system that we need to readjust and look at. The first being the zero tolerance policy and the use, and I assume like the overuse of school resource officers. So you essentially have kids that, are essentially getting arrested now at school for what used to be just considered bad behavior, where there might have been a suspension, detention, expulsion, et cetera, but now they're actually, being taken to jail right from school. And sometimes in some things, because of a zero tolerance, there's not a whole lot of leeway that these officers or principals can have. But then sometimes they do have leeway and they still choose to do it anyway. And then another policy to consider that can help would be raise the age, which is, moving through our Georgia legislature right now. So essentially just raising the age to try children as adults, to make sure that we give them additional opportunities and chances for rehabilitation and reform. And theoretically, we try to say our system is supposed to be rehabilitative, but it's not. It's carceral, and just putting folks in cages and locking them away is not going to turn them back out as productive adults.
Yes, thank you, Fallon. And when we think about the kids that are more likely to go to have the school resource officer respond, the more likely to get put out of school, we know disproportionately that those are Black and brown kids. Ashika, I wonder, in the context of your role, that by the time you get the children, right, or the young people, what are some opportunities that exist to think about changing or recognizing that we need to be doing things differently when it comes to young people? And I want to be clear about what the science says, right? It says that our brains don't fully develop until we're 25 years old. So we have this concept of like 18 or 17. That's not even really when people are fully formed. So I just wonder, given your role and your intentional commitment to young people, what you think we could be doing a little differently when it comes to the needs of the people that you come across.
Well, thank you, Marissa. It's good to see you again. And thank you for having me. I think, first of all, especially because we're speaking to this big group of people, they need to understand what a child is in Georgia. A child in Georgia is anyone under 17. Like Fallon just mentioned, raise the age is going on in the legislature right now. I believe it just passed the House a couple of days ago. Raise the age is talking about treating 17-year-olds, raising the age to 18, that they can be considered adults. Georgia is only one of 3 states that still treats juveniles at 17 as adults. Because that's our stance, what juvenile court does, and Marissa, thank you for your explanation about no individual actors, but I do kind of have to talk about DeKalb a little, because our demographic doesn't exist everywhere. And because our demographic doesn't exist everywhere, sometimes it's kind of hard to ascertain what other people are doing in relation to what we are doing in DeKalb. But I can tell you, as a district attorney, as an assistant district attorney, my position is a bit of a hybrid in that I also prosecute SB 440s. For those of you who don't know, SB 440s are the crimes where a juvenile is treated as an adult. So a juvenile between the ages of 13 to 16 years old, if they are charged with any of these 10 charges, they can be looked at as an adult. But then I also supervise the juvenile division, which only takes place in juvenile court. Juvenile court, to Fallon's point, is to rehabilitate, to treat, and to supervise, right? But people don't think they see justice unless it's punitive. But that is not the purpose of juvenile court. So to answer your question, Marissa, what it is in DeKalb County, we are considered an independent court, meaning we are independent of the Department of Juvenile Justice. We can use their resources, but we also have our own resources. What we do in DeKalb is we already work with the intake team. So when certain lower level misdemeanors come in, they don't even come to the DA's office. They go straight to an intake team that allows them to be diverted out. So you start there. Then once you get to the DA's office, we still can work with our independent probation department, the DeKalb County Juvenile Probation Department, where we can engage in mediation. There are also programs that they put out quarterly for juveniles. Part of my job as the juvenile supervisor too is to go out into the community. Judge Anderson is in this class right now, and I just saw her question as we were entering into this group, and she talked about how people don't know about resources. So part of my job is going to community, and I talk about the resources that juvenile offers. So many times what you hear the people in the community say is, I have a kid that's acting out, but they have not reached that criminal level. What can I do? And juvenile court in DeKalb County offers programs for those people. And so my job is to kind of give out those resources and tell people about them. So we have those programs. We have teen court. We have community service boards where the members of the community come in and make a decision about how to deal with this particular juvenile. We have a drug rehabilitation program. We have a mental health court for the juveniles. But is there still plenty more to do? Absolutely. But that's what we have in DeKalb right now.
Thank you, Ashika. Claudia, I wonder, you know, we're talking about children and we're talking about how the law puts these lines on when children can be tried and how they can be treated. And as Ashika said, we know those SB 440 kids who are charged when they're 13 and older for our serious violent offenses. Those children are tried in Superior Court and treated as adults. And so I wonder if you have any thought about, as a public defender, and the role in terms of they're still 13, no matter what, and their brains are still in the same level of development, why we just have decided that if you commit certain crimes, that all of a sudden your brain is more culpable. What do you think we can and should be doing differently when it comes to the treatment of young people when as it relates to these more serious offenses?
Yeah, and thank you so much, Marissa, and good afternoon. It's great to see everybody here on the panel. We do obviously have a dedicated unit in my office that deals directly with children who are tried as an adult. And I think we have to reevaluate how we view the criminal system. And I think, as Ms. McClure talked about, you know, it's seen as one as very punitive and not one of restoration or repair. And so something happens in a child's life that may involve them in these serious cases and these serious violent cases. And so part of what we need to emphasize more, I think, is intervention and prevention. And what can we do to help these children from being accused of or committing some of these serious violent offenses? And one thing in the first step, I think we have to look at is schools. And I believe that we really need to focus some of our energy on a school justice partnership here in DeKalb County, which would stop criminalizing what is normal adolescent behavior and start treating them more as behavioral issues. Because all of the research shows when you have a child who may be low risk of offending or committing a very low level offense, and you combine them with people, and I'll say people, they could be 18-year-olds who are high risk or higher risk, you are going to be creating children who go out and commit more violent crimes. And so it's really backwards, I think, the way that we address things. And that a school justice partnership, I think, is very important and key for us to bring here to DeKalb County, where we deal with the behavioral issues first as behavioral issues, not criminal issues. And only if it escalates do we end up bringing it here to the criminal courts. But I can share with you our goal as a defender is we are trying, when we have that 14-year-old, that 15-year-old charged with armed robbery, it is our goal to try to get the case back into juvenile court and be treated as a juvenile. So that is one of our key goals, is if there is sufficient evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, our goal is let's get that case transferred back to juvenile court as part of our goal.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you all. Thank you for that. I think we've covered in terms of, like, you know, the youngest or the most vulnerable of our communities and how they get entangled. And I had a mentor once say this to me, that every other system puts you out, but the only system that takes you in is the criminal legal system. And so the failures of our other systems are actually what we have in terms of the product of our criminal legal system. It is why we see that most people who are in our, or who are arrested and are convicted have less income. They have less mental health, access to affordable community health care. They are related to or have family members who are also incarcerated. We could talk about bias and the ways that exists. Healthcare, affordable housing, infrastructure, transportation, you name it, right? These are the ways that people get in. And what we're talking about now is kids in school, young people who are a part of this system, who kind of find themselves in, but young people, children become adults, right? And so we harden ourselves, our policies harden when it comes to adults. We think them, again, right, more culpable, more need of punishment. And once you're in the system, we do everything we can to keep you in, right? So the first stage of the system, of the entry point, now that you've been arrested, is to pretrial detention, right? Bail, the concept of what happens when you're charged but not convicted of a crime and the disparities that exist there. So before we kind of launch into a conversation around bail, I might just ask Dr. Jones if you would give us some of your insights into, as an epidemiologist and an anti-racist advocate, if you'll talk to us some about the intersection of racial injustice in our criminal legal systems and what you have observed in terms of the factors that are important for us to talk about today. You're still on mute.
Thank you. And you've hit a lot of them already. All of the panelists have, but I really want to go to the schools. As I've been listening to you all, I realize because I'm an epidemiologist physician, like I'm not in the legal system, that you're dealing with what comes at you, but prevention, primary prevention is the most important. So when we talk about the schools, it's not even a school justice partnership. To me, it's about investment in the schools, an investment in early childhood education before people get to the schools, an investment in children and their families so that the notion of a disadvantaged child won't even have meaning to us because we can't imagine a child being born into disadvantage or falling into disadvantage. So I want to, as a physician epidemiologist, I want to back way up. So I'm not directly answering your question. I've been jumping in my seat trying to interdigitate with the other things because there are bad children. There are no bad children born, right? And all of us respond to the opportunities that are available in our environments, the risk, the exposures that we have, good or bad, the grace that we're given or not. So I just want to say, I agree that I want us to back up and actually, you know, I haven't been here all day, so I don't know what the other conversations are. I came in like 10 minutes before we started. But even on Justice Day, I imagine maybe there was some conversation about divestment from the police or abolition of prisons. Maybe there hasn't been. Maybe like, whoo, maybe I just sent a ripple. But
no, it was on the previous panel. You're hitting right on it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but what I want to say is, if we were to do that and invest instead all of those resources and more, if we were to surround our children and their families, and especially invest, so that's one thing, because there's no such thing as your children and my children. We're, you know, all children are our children in this society, right? That's the thing we have to do. But also, if we were to understand the need for massive investments in communities of color in particular, around housing and schools and jobs and green space and food and environmental cleanup, clean air, clean water, all of that, and investment in banks and economic opportunities, we wouldn't have the problem that our legal system is set up to deal with. So we are creating in these other systems the problem that the legal system is trying to address. So anyway, that's not what I came in here to say, but that's what I have been.
We're so glad you said it.
Bursting out. So I just want to, in the last little bit of grace you might give me before we go back into the other questions, say that I define race. Okay, so we need to talk about racism. You said I'm an anti-racism activist and thought leader. I am, but I'm a family physician and epidemiologist. I come through this in a whole, not sociology, not political science. No, I come from the health side into understanding this. When we name racism, there are 4 things we need to know. Racism exists. And there are many people who are in denial of that. In fact, staunch racism denial characterizes our nation. The second, after we get to racism exists, is that racism is a system. You already alluded to that. The third is that racism saps the strength of the whole society. And when we talk about locking up so many of our children, that we see that we have to understand we can't be complacent with that, because that is sapping the strength of all this genius, that if there had only been some other way. The fourth thing is that we can act to dismantle racism. In fact, I would say we must act to dismantle racism. So I want to give you a one-sentence definition of racism and then stop. But I'd love to pick up on my definition when my turn comes around again. So I define racism as a system of structuring opportunity and assigning value based on the social interpretation of how one looks, which is what we call race, that unfairly disadvantages some individuals and communities, unfairly advantages other individuals and communities, and saps the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. So I will be quiet for right now. But
you don't need to be quiet. If you're looking at these comments, everybody is saying, preach, preach, and some more preach. Absolutely. I will keep us going. I will definitely, I was here just listening in awe of everything that you were saying. Absolutely. All of that is so true. And I guess I'll follow up by saying this, and maybe moving into the conversations around pretrial justice, which is what you mentioned around invest, divest, right? This conversation around defunding the police or trying to have less resources for law enforcement. What does that look like? And why are people so afraid of it? And I think that what you're talking about just is the way we have just become to be so comfortable in the way things are. We can't imagine anything else. We lack creativity and innovation and commitment to the issues we say we care about by saying, well, what else can we do? What are we going to do? How will we be safe if we don't have police? There has been research. I encourage all of you all to look at the Movement for Black Lives website and look at what is being said about about the defund the police movement, that it is not something to be afraid of, that it is based on facts and evidence that shows that we do not need to be putting the resources in law enforcement that we are doing, and that there are ways to reallocate these resources into all those systems that Dr. Jones was talking about, so that we can all live a more holistic and full life and have a healthy and safe communities that don't depend on what color you are or how much money you have. And I say that the reason why I said this is a very similar conversation as bail is because when we start talking about cash bail reform, getting rid of cash bail, people don't even understand it, right? What do you mean get rid of cash bail? Like, what would we do if we didn't have cash bail? So I would like to ask, and I really, at this point, don't really mind who comes off of mute to answer the question, but my question is, what does cash bail reform look like? How does cash bail, this conversation around what could we be doing differently? Why does this disadvantage continue? We still see this perpetual disadvantage for Black communities and poor communities. What could we be thinking about differently? Help us be more creative and innovative about pretrial justice.
So I'd like to jump in on this because this is something that I feel very passionate about. The majority of people sitting in our jail have not been convicted of a crime. Period. They're there because they are too poor to afford the cash bond. I read a recent report recently that says that this country, overall, the entire country, with pretrial detention for people who have not been convicted of a crime, we spend $38 million a day in this country on pretrial detention. Think about, as Dr. Jones said, think about what we could do with that money if we invested it into communities. So this is something that we have to change. We can change, and it needs to happen, because just one day in jail can impact somebody's life, their custody of their children. They might lose their job. They might lose their housing, and the whole circle starts again. And remember, these are people who have not yet been convicted of a crime. So the United States Supreme Court has said that liberty is the norm and detention is the exception. But in our country, in our community, we assume that this person should be detained. And tell me why this person should be released, when it should be completely the opposite. It should be this person should be released, and you have to tell me why this person should be detained. And there are only two reasons under the law, and that is that you are an immediate danger to a person, or a threat to a person, or there is a substantial risk of flight. So I think this is one reform we need to do. We need to act on it because, as Marissa said, it has a disproportionate impact on people of color and people who suffer in poverty. And that's not right. So one thing we can do, we can actually change our way of thinking and follow the Supreme Court and say that liberty is the norm. And so you have to come to me as a judge and say specifically, what is the threat this person poses to somebody else before I will keep them and detain them in jail. I think it's really interesting. The state of Illinois is the first state in this country who just eliminated cash bail statewide. So I think that there are other programs in other states who are working on this that we could look to and model. But one thing is very specific, it's changing the mindset, very specific, why is this person a threat? And then developing other very easy programs that will help people return to court. Text messaging. Text messaging is very important and very effective for reminding people you have your court date. Helping with transportation. Transportation is sometimes a real challenge to get to court, so maybe transportation vouchers. So I think all of those very specific reforms is something that we need to put in place. We need to avoid making onerous conditions of bond, because you will see someone gets a $3,000 money bail and the poor person who can't afford the $3,000 is no more dangerous than the person who has money who gets released on $3,000. But yet, in order to get released, there may be all these onerous conditions placed on that person simply because they're poor. They might have to report to pretrial services. They might have to get a drug and alcohol evaluation. They might have curfews. So there's all these inequities involved in pretrial detention, and we can change it.
Yeah, yeah.
May
Yeah,
I
Fallon,
just-
can you, no, go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Jones, go for it.
No, I just want to say, I don't remember the names of these two individuals, but this is a contrast that came up a few weeks ago. So there was a 22-year-old white woman who stole Nancy Pelosi's laptop, right? And was going to sell it to another nation, who was released to her mother from jail. There was a 16-year-old Black boy in New York a few years ago who did not have the bail, could not make bail, spent 3 years at Rikers Island. Then charges were dropped, there was nothing, he was sent home, and then he committed suicide.
Mhm.
I just want to say that the differences can be life affecting. Not that I wanted necessarily that white woman to be kept in jail. No, we all should get the grace and the benefit of the doubt, as you're talking about, and the liberty is the norm, not detention, treatment. But to this day, we see in these judgments that are made, and the boy had just been detected because he'd been accused of stealing a backpack, and the grown woman, the 22-year-old, had been seen stealing Nancy Pelosi's laptop. So I just want to say, yeah, we need to make liberty the norm. Amen, Claudia, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. And I was going to say, you were saying that we know that people have things to get home to, family members, school, jobs, housing, that kind of thing. But also we know that what happens to their case when what kinds of impact does pretrial detention have on someone's outcomes within the system? Fallon, can you speak to that?
Yes. So, I don't know how many of you all can go, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days without a paycheck and still have everything. No matter how much savings or whatever you have, is your job still going to be there when you get back? Are you still going to have a home? Are you still going to have a vehicle, et cetera? And so just, even a few days, right? Especially when we're talking about, service industry jobs and things of that nature. But I think one thing that COVID has shown us is that we can make court more accessible. Like we've chosen not to, right? Like we made it this way where people have to come and they sit there all day and they have to take off work and you know, then they have to keep coming back multiple times. But now, you know, we're seeing the embracing of technology and being able to have Zoom hearings and granted, it was a little rough in the beginning. I was at a solicitor's office during the beginning of COVID, and there's definitely mishaps. And I know y'all all probably seen the cat video that was like hilarious, right? But I think it showed us that there's so many other options, right? And those options are around, you know, getting people back to court. So breaking down some of those barriers. We talked about, you know, transportation vouchers and other things that you might need. You don't necessarily even need those if we, you know, make it accessible. But ultimately, your justice outcomes shouldn't be determined by like your financial status. It shouldn't matter who you are, whether you can, you know, walk out that day or not. And also, I think along with how we need to end cash bail, we also need to look at like what we're arresting for. You know, why, you know, misdemeanor marijuana possessions or stuff, you know, doing citations in lieu of arrest. You know, we need to look at policies and stuff as a whole, you know, quality of life offenses, panhandling, et cetera. Like, do we need to be arresting these people? And so I think we saw some, you know, departments and, you know, the emptying of jails at the beginning of COVID and stuff and the less arrests, but now, you know, they're starting to tick back up and they're starting to be like, oh, okay, now we're going back to business as usual. And I really hope that we take the lessons learned from this time and reevaluate and readjust.
Thanks, Helen. Yes, go ahead, Ashika, of course.
So just following kind of behind Fallon too about accessibility as well. Something that I always feel like I'm preaching to kind of dead ears is I believe in night court. As a juvenile prosecutor, I don't believe in taking kids out of school where they need to be. And I don't believe in the parents losing pay to bring their child to school. So I think kind of going with this Zoom world we're in now, but night court, all of those things, but also talking about the fact, what are we arresting for? As a prosecutor, I will say that luckily we've been moving toward this progressive end, right? One thing that I really, really believe in is that prosecutors have to be a part of the conversation of the criminal justice reform. We are not in the conversation. We are a part of it. And something that I know that a lot of us, and certainly the people that I have trained and how I have been trained, is I think about all of those things. Like you said, Fallon, well, why was he arrested? Well, why was he in there for 10 days? I know that we're going to end up at some point maybe talking about suspensions in school. In juvenile court, when they come in and I find out they've been suspended, I'm like, well, isn't that enough? Like, what are we doing? How much punishment are we giving for an act that if an adult had done it, it would just be the court? So I think about those things. I know we'll get into possibly felony disenfranchisement about right to vote. I think about those things before I start saying, this is what I want the sentence to be. I first start with, is this bad enough that he can't bear arms to protect his family? Is this bad enough that he can't find anywhere to live after this? Is this bad enough that he can't find a job to provide for his family? So I do think that we have to start thinking along those lines. Am I creative? No, but I am analytical enough to apply what is happening as a consequence, besides just me saying, I want him to do 10 years in prison. It doesn't always work like that. There's consequences beyond that.
Yeah, great point. And I will say, we know that people, when they are charged with a crime and aren't able to get out of jail because they can't afford it, they are more likely to get a jail sentence. They're less likely to get out on probation. They're more likely to find themselves rearrested in the system. So it's only negative for people to be in the system. And one really important thing, and why I admire Claudia so much, is because of the role of the public defender. As you were saying, Ashika, the prosecutor is an important actor in the system. So is the defense attorney. And what we know is that 80% of the, almost nearly or more, around 80%, I don't know what the current figure is, but a couple of years ago, it was 80% of people who were charged with a crime couldn't afford a lawyer. So the likelihood of getting a lawyer to help you with your case, if you're not out, if you can't hire them, if our law doesn't require that you see a lawyer, you know, an indigent lawyer, then your likelihood of being able to meet your bail, all those things are less likely. So I just wanted to lay that out there, that the system just, there's so much to think about in terms of what people have access to when they're inside. And you raised something, Fallon, about COVID and the impact that this global pandemic is having on people that are incarcerated. I wonder, Dr. Jones, if you might give us some of your insights about, I mean, we already know that it was extraordinarily difficult, and we were dealing with a population of people that had been put out of everything and had very little access to healthcare, affordable healthcare anyway. What are we dealing with now in the context of the pandemic that we're in, and some of the issues that just are going to be a part of our society, even without being in the kind of pandemic that we're in right now?
Oh, so you've asked a bunch of different questions. Yes, you have.
Stage is yours.
Okay, so first of all, we may have heard about how the virus raced through prisons and, in some instances, jails and detention centers and the like. Yet, when the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices made its recommendations for phasing of the vaccine, and they talked about healthcare workers, and they actually delayed the other frontline workers to be phase 1B. They talked about people in long-term care facilities, but they never, in phases 1A, B, or C, talked about people in prisons, jails, or detention centers as being in long-term care facilities. That's not even, they're not talking about that in phase 2 or anything. Like, I have not heard talk of that. Then it shows that although they were thinking about people at increased structural risk because they are more exposed either where they work or where they live, they were thinking incompletely about those people. And then, so I'm going to, again, stray away from strictly within the legal system. Here in Georgia, when we went from phase 1A, which was supposed to be healthcare workers and nursing home, really, they said long-term care facilities really mean nursing homes. Phase 1B was supposed to be other frontline workers, teachers, factory workers, warehouse workers, grocery workers, transportation, all of that, as well as 75 plus. And then phase 1C was supposed to be 65 plus and those younger with underlying health conditions. What happened in Georgia is we called phase 1A plus, and all the 65 plus came in phase 1A, crowded out the other frontline health workers. In the meantime, again, people who are incarcerated or, you know, aren't anywhere on the map. So all I have to say is we have in this phasing shown our values, right? We're not valuing all essential workers, just those who are in healthcare who need to be there for when we finally get so sick that we need to be in a hospital. But what about the ones who are keeping us able to safely shelter in place by delivering our groceries or the like, right? Processing our food. And we're not concerned about everybody who's at high risk because of where they live in long-term care facilities, only those who are deserving in a way. The other types of risk, there's the structural risk because of increased exposure at work or when you or where you live. And then there's the individual risk coming from increased vulnerability. Yes, from age. Yes, from underlying health conditions. But if you're not more exposed, I'll just end with this. The vaccine, I'm thinking about vaccine now. I've traveled a long way from your question, but the vaccine, which we're not putting in these places, you could think of it like a bulletproof vest. If we have a limited number of bulletproof vests, it's not going to keep you from getting hit in the arm or whatever, but it's going to keep you from dying. That's all these vaccines, even the new one, the Johnson & Johnson, are very good for preventing hospitalization and death, okay? So they're like a bulletproof vest. If we have only a limited number of bulletproof vests, wouldn't you give them first to the people who are most in the line of fire? Either by where they work in terms of being on the front lines or where they live, either in communities or in long-term care facilities, but we're not doing that. So there.
Yep. Nope. You're right. And I just wonder if, let me follow up real quickly with you, just if you have any remarks about healthcare generally, like if we were having this panel, 2 years ago before there was a COVID, what do you think are some of the things in terms of, and the anti-racist work that you do, that in this intersection of justice, we don't call it the justice system at Southern Center, we call it the legal system, but this intersection issue around healthcare?
So a lot of the people who end up in the legal system actually might have, drug use issues, or they might have mental health issues, and we need to be taking care. We need to be valuing them. We need to see these as our brothers and sisters, not as those perpetrators, right? We need to recognize their genius and what's being lost, and their generosity and their leadership, and their kindness and what they could, and we are putting them off as another category. So we need to do the healing part. We need to be interested in their health and well-being, not just trying to keep them away from us. There's a big we, they thing going on. And so in some cases, people can recognize the humanity of others and their need for healthcare, and in others, it's hard. There are 3 principles for achieving health equity that might well be used when we think about health issues and the legal system. These principles for achieving health equity apply throughout. If you want to be about health equity or social justice or social equity, you should be doing these 3 things. Valuing all individuals and populations equally. And when you think about how do you operationalize that, think about how do you value your children? Well, you invest in them, you protect them, you celebrate them, you ask their opinion. Think about, we could make 50 valuing verbs right now. We should be doing that for all individuals and communities. The second is recognizing and rectifying historical injustices, the ones that are resulting in us and many people of color living in segregated, disinvested communities, right? And the third is providing resources according to need. And there are all kinds of needs, but especially when you recognize health needs and instead you're going to incarcerate people, that's not providing resources according to need.
You're absolutely right. And as I said earlier, indicative of what our system has done, right? We know that there are a large percentage. I want to say that DeKalb and Fulton fight every year for who provides the most mental health services. And we are the #1 mental health service provider in the state. That is traumatic, and for so many different reasons, because cages don't make people feel, who have mental health issues, don't make them any better. So and I want to say, in terms of mental health and substance use, we've now recognized, to your point, Dr. Jones, that for certain communities, drugs and substance use is a public health issue, but not for all. And we know that has disproportionate impact on people of color. I wonder, and this question is pretty much open for anybody, but how does a harm reduction approach to substance use, how does that address the racial inequity and economic inequity that we know exists in our system?
Yeah, and I think that's a great idea and something that we really should be working towards. I think that we need to stop criminalizing, substance use and mental health. People with mental health issues, and we need to look to the public health model and maybe do a more regulatory approach. Invest in the medical care, invest in the mental health care, maybe have safe consumption spaces or medication assisted treatment. All of those particular options are going to be drastically needed because we do see a disparate impact. People we know with poverty issues or racism or trauma, they deal with drug use and drug harm in very different ways. And so we need to approach it as more of a public health model. I mean, just think back, and if you all saw 13th, and then I believe it was in that documentary, I saw it a few years ago, but it was, about when there was a crisis in the communities of color with crack and cocaine. The response was draconian sentences, whereas when we see when it's a crisis with opioid among more the Caucasian, more white population, all of a sudden it's public health. So the way that we even treat these crises in these different communities are treated so very differently. And in my opinion, we need to be treating them all as a public health issue, both mental health, substance use, and we need to meet people where they are, you know, and why, what led them to use this, how can we help them manage this, whether it's abstinence, whether it's limited use, but we should be removing all criminal penalties for personal drug possession. We really should. And we should be treating it as a health crisis equally.
Yes. Anybody else want to chime in there on mental health and substance use issues and how we might better respond to them? Well, I will say thank you for that. I appreciate that very much, Claudia. I will say we've talked now about how people get in, what happens when they haven't been convicted, you know, the disparities that exist in terms of how many more people are in our system with mental health issues and substance use issues and lack of financial resources, lack of housing and such. Now we're going to talk about what happens when the system's done with you, right? Now you are getting ready to go home, or you're just leaving the courthouse with your probation sentence. Because right, reentry is not just about leaving the jail or the prison. It's about what happens when you leave out of the judicial, you know, the doors and try to return to your community. So my question is, you know, now that we've talked about kind of the layers of things, I wonder what you all think about acknowledging that while we acknowledge that our system has systemic racism in it, how can we change reentry? What kind of things might we do differently when it comes to people returning to their communities that would actually improve their likelihood of success and reduce the likelihood that they or someone that they, you know, in their family will return to or will be in the system?
I think one of the first things we have to do is think about it differently. A lot of times in the past, and it's changing a little bit, people feel like, oh, well, they committed the crime, they're having issues when they get out, that's part of it, right? You should have never committed these crimes to begin with. And if we're saying your probation sentence or your prison sentence or whatever is the punishment for that crime, then it should end when that is over. And unfortunately, the way our system is set up, it doesn't end, right? So we have, you know, you can't, like alluded to earlier, you know, felon disenfranchisement, you can't vote, even though you're paying taxes, you're a member of society, you know, everything else, but you're not, you can't vote, you can't own a handgun, you know, perhaps your travel is restricted, you know, all these other things. And then of course, why, you know, Georgia has one of the absolute highest rates of correctional control. So while someone might have only spent 5 years in prison, they're like on probation now for another 20 years, right? And so they're still checking in and having to, whether it's drug test or pay for monitoring or et cetera. And so this is just like this cycle and this long extended sentence. So I think to even start to address how we make reentry better, we have to come to terms with like how we feel about what happens to folks. Like we kind of just like, well, if you never would have done that, then you wouldn't have to deal with these penalties, and that's part of your sentence, but it shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I completely agree. And just following up on what Dr. Jones said, it is stop dehumanizing people who have been in jail or prison. And that is so much of what we do in our criminal legal system is we dehumanize them. We think of them as being separate, but these are people's brothers, fathers, uncles, sons, mothers, sisters. You know, they are loved and they have potential. They are not just disposable human beings. And so one of the first things, as you know, that I think we need to be doing is exactly right. Is we need to be rethinking how we view people who have been incarcerated. So I think that's the first step. We really got to stop dehumanizing people. I think the second step is we need to help people set up for success while they're incarcerated. You know, we need to help them develop skills, education before they leave that prison or that jail. Part of it is providing kind of that holistic support, make sure that they have and are ready for success instead of just $25, the doors are open and you're on your own. There are, I think, also more practical things we can do with legislation. We can talk about, banning the box. We can talk about expanding record restriction and record expungement. We can talk about expanding safety nets such as Medicaid, TANF, SNAP, Pell Grants for education, housing, federal subsidized housing, eliminate some of those barriers that if you are coming out of a prison, there are going to be barriers for your reentry for success. And I completely agree with Ms. McClure that we need to look at reforming sentencing. We need to stop, why are we arresting this person, convicting this person? Why is prison, incarceration, the only answer to somebody committing a crime? Why can't we think of some other programs, more restorative model, even mediation? But we need to, Georgia, 1 in 4 people of color in Georgia are on some sort of probation or parole. Georgia has the most people under that kind of supervision. And I think my final suggestion is we need to look at reviewing lengthy sentences. We need a second look act here in Georgia, where those people who receive these draconian and very lengthy sentences, we need to review them and say, is this still necessary? Is this something that we need to do? And those are just some thoughts.
Yes, and thank you for putting what you put in the chat, Fallon. So important. And I want to take a point of personal privilege. I know that Sherry is, she's heard me say this a lot. One of the ways that you stop dehumanizing people is to start recognizing their humanity and calling them people. So we need to move away from terms like offender, inmate, felon, convict. Those are probationer, parolee. Those are pejorative terms that label somebody for the worst thing they ever, maybe some of the bad things they've done, and we should think about it a different way. And that is, I think, part of the first step. And then another point is just to encourage you all to read, if you haven't, Michelle Alexander's New Jim Crow, because this idea around a criminal record being used now as a way that race was previously used. So now we can have colorblind policies that just say, if you don't have a record, we won't hire you if you have a record. That is translating across the country as, we just won't hire you because you're Black. And that we are seeing the intersection between racial discrimination and being discriminated against because of a record. And I know we need to turn to questions from the audience, but I'm going to ask one more because we need to talk about felony disenfranchisement.
Ashika wanted to say something.
Oh, yes, Ashika, go. Oh, I'm sorry. Go for it.
So I was going to stand in because I'm the prosecutor on here. So I have to say certain things now. So, but I will say that even as a prosecutor, I think it's important for prosecutors to think about reentry while they're sentencing, right? And also, I believe in fees and all of that, all of those things. It is preventing them to become the law-abiding people that we want them to be. This is one of the only systems that we have in America where the punishment doesn't stop at the end of the punishment. And so I think a lot of times for me, sometimes even trying to figure out how do you get them back to being coming back into society and being successful. And one of those things is also trying not to sentence so harshly, what we've already talked about. Why are we sentencing so harshly? Now, I know a lot of people have issues with probation, but sometimes I think I like probation if it works the way it should be working, which is to help reintegrate them back, but not to have them on there for 5 years if we have gotten stable employment that maybe government programs can pay for versus us depending on private industry to help people get back into when the government and society is the one that punished them. So I do think that those are things that prosecutors have to think about even before we start sentencing, is how are we going to be able to help them get back into this society?
One quick note, there is a Senate bill pending. Marissa, you might, I think it's 105 that talks about ending probation early. So that's pending now.
It's SB 105 and HB 272 is the raise the age bill. It is got out of juvenile justice this week, and we hope to get a vote on the floor soon.
And I was going to say, probation can end early, typically, too. We'll know that.
I just have a question. What if the government were required to make sure that somebody who is being released had housing and a job? I mean, not to delay the release. So that would never be an excuse. Oh, we didn't find housing and a job for them, so you got to stay another 2 years. But what if that were part of the job? So not only providing education and opportunities to learn and get a college degree or do whatever, you know, get skills. But what if we flipped things, if we really said that we wanted this to be about rehabilitation, which we in fact are not doing, but what if we said that and we created the requirement, not even expectation, that now we are returning a fully rehabilitated person and we're going to make sure it's not going to be on the individual to succeed. Here we are, throw you in the ocean, sink or swim, but that our society has decided that we value you and we're going to make sure that we give you the boat in that ocean so that you can succeed. And let's all go someplace together, not, you know. So I wonder.
Yes, and amen to that. That is an abolitionist frame that we need to be thinking about. It's the idea that we wouldn't even have to use cages and incarceration because we would be meeting people's needs there for their, you know, and you're preaching today. I want to figure out how I'd spend more time with you. We have about 6 more minutes left, so I want to open it up for questions. I know that someone had asked, there were some questions in here. I'm not really good at reading the chat. Can somebody, if you'll put it in here now, because if you send a text, it's hard for me to find it. But while we're waiting on questions, or come off of mute. Okay.
I do want to say is it City of Atlanta or is it statewide now where they have the bonds for people that were formerly incarcerated for the employers to hire them? So if anything does happen, so there are a few things moving in the right direction kind of around that, helping to break the stigma. I mean, obviously we need much more, but if you can guarantee someone, if they hire this person, if anything happens, there's a bond and there's a 0 deductible, then, you know, it gives them a little more incentive.
Yeah, part of the discussion has been providing those kind of incentives for businesses and companies to hire people who have formerly been incarcerated. And just touching on real quick about the felony, the voting rights, there is also a resolution pending by Representative McLaurin about introducing a resolution for a constitutional amendment that would allow people convicted of felonies to be able to vote. So I just wanted to mention that as well.
Thanks. Sorry, I tried to mute myself. I had to tell my son not to knock. I'm almost done. I'm sorry. I put the bill numbers in the chat. HB 101 and House Resolution 28 are the bills that have been introduced by Representative McLaurin on felony disenfranchisement. We got a question about, it seems that laws to criminalize nonviolent acts are consistently drafted to punish stigmas associated with certain groups. What elected officials can best help improve this problem?
I think there's several. You know, your prosecutors, elected prosecutors have the authority of, like, you know, how they make charging decisions. Your, well, I guess this is the cab. I was going to say your elected sheriff, but y'all also have a police force. Then also, you know, like your state representatives and stuff are also, you know, writing these legislations and making whatever deals to pass things through. And then, I mean, but then also there's things down to your city level and your ordinances and stuff that you can do there. And a lot of times we've seen if enough cities pass certain things, like a little off topic, but like the non-discrimination ordinances, if enough cities pass them, then they have to, like, eventually it pushes up to the state to force them to take some action at the state level.
I'd also like to respond by saying, when you said that, Ms. McClure, just right now, there are 181 jurisdictions in the United States, in 30 states, that have made formal declarations that racism is a public health crisis. DeKalb County is the only jurisdiction in Georgia so far, although I believe that Sandra Scott, is it representative, has introduced something to have the state of Georgia declare racism to be a public health crisis. But DeKalb County is the one in Georgia. So we can go back to the county commissioners and say, well, let's implement this. Let's give this some teeth. Let's review what is it that you said you would do, and we can extend that into many different frames. So we could say, what about the legal system? What about, So DeKalb is the only one that hasn't? No, DeKalb County is the only county or city or at the state level in Georgia that has passed a declaration saying that racism is a public health crisis. I think Larry Johnson was the one who brought that to the DeKalb County Commissioners. If people don't know about it, we should know about it because that's a tool. What they did is they put a stake in the sand. We want to be held accountable. So now let's hold them accountable.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes, I think. And this question from James about reforms on the ballot. This came up for us in Georgia after Florida passed Amendment 4 and restored voting rights to people who had been convicted of felonies. And it was like, well, why can't we do that in Georgia? So anybody want to take the question as to, you know, how about putting these reforms on the ballot and letting people vote on them like that? So it's not possible. We don't have someone. I feel like somebody answered this question up there. That is not the way our system works. We don't put. I can't remember what it's called right now. I thought somebody was going to just jump in with that answer. There's a reason why Georgia is different, structurally different than.
It has to be a resolution, right?
The thing about it is, in order to change. Like we don't put reforms directly on our ballot. We vote on them in the General Assembly, and then if it requires a constitutional change, then we put that in. We would have the resolution and statute passed first, and then we would have that go out on the ballot. But for the things we're talking about today, like in the context of felony disenfranchisement, for example, that's statutory and constitutional, and given. I mean, I'm all in the weeds. I'm sorry. Just know that it is more appropriate to vote for your elected officials, to pay attention to who is making the decisions for you at all of the various levels, than it is to wait on the ballot to be able to express yourself on these specific policy goals. We spend most of our time encouraging you to take a look at the people who are running and whether or not they are committed to the policies and the objectives that you want to see accomplished.
Marissa, may I ask you, what would it take for us to change our constitution so that we could have public things? Maybe as opposed to trying to get the constitutional changes one by one, maybe we try to get through the legislature that we could have public initiative, whatever it is that they're called in California, that we could do that. Because California has done a lot that way.
Mm-hmm. As soon as we get off this panel, I'm going to remember what it's called. It's terrible, but I can't. It would take a lot of votes and a lot of. Right now, we just have to see how the political climate continues to change, or what happens in terms of what kind of General Assembly and what kind of vote we could get, because it would take a pretty overwhelming vote at the General Assembly to put something like that on the ballot. And we just right now don't have the numbers, but. That doesn't have to always be the case. We've seen Georgia be a leader in all kinds of ways lately. And so we can continue to have thoughts about that. And I'm over time. I'm sorry, Jenny, I'm about to be quiet.
Hey, I think we could listen to you all for, much longer. Thank you so much to Marissa for expertly facilitating this panel, and to the esteemed panelists. Wow, you kept the conversation hopping. I think this was a great way to end our day. So thank you so much for sharing your time and your energy and your passions. It was fantastic, fantastic. To the class, I told you this was going to be a different kind of day. And I hope that you felt that you felt all the care and attention that went into it to bring you the type of leaders and speakers and content that would really push you to think about things differently, and give you those reflection points that will stick with you beyond today. And I hope that as you are reflecting, you will follow in the footsteps of Dr. Jones and do the exercise of asking the what if. What if we did it this way instead of the way we're doing it now? And ask yourself, well, how can we get to that point? Because, as you've heard throughout today, all of us play a role in getting us to that point. So I will close, and my dog is now barking. He hasn't barked all day, but today is the moment, or right now is the moment as I'm actually speaking. I'll close with inviting you to a second session. If you want to continue to dialogue We are offering a second session next week on March 4th, Thursday, from 5:30 to 7 p.m. It will be facilitated by Monica Kant, who is an inspiring and collaborative leader. She is the newly named director of the National Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence. She is a graduate of Leadership Atlanta. She has been joining us throughout the day, and she's very excited to help hold space next week for anyone who wants to join in and continue to debrief. It is a lot to go through a day like this, and we have found in our evaluations over the years that folks have wanted the opportunity to have additional time to just kind of process with others. So there will not be anybody from the committee attending the second session. This is all for you to have your own time in your own space with Monica, to be able to share and digest and talk with each other and however you want and need to do. So we hope you enjoyed today. It has been an honor and privilege to put this together for you, and we thank you for your attention and your participation and for holding space with us. With that, I'll turn it over to Gulzar.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I want to take this opportunity to thank our legacy sponsor, DeKalb County, and our program day sponsors, District Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Office, Juvenile Court, DeKalb Fire and Rescue, and DeKalb Police Department. I want to thank our Justice Day Committee members. It is these class members from the past that put together the agenda and the day together today. Chief Deputy Lorandi Akes, Chief Investigator Stephen Baresi, District Attorney Sherry Boston, Todd Boyce, Janisha Brooks Tatum, Judge Sonia Brown, Juvenile Court Judge Fatima El-Amin, Dan Devoskin, Amity Farah, DKPD Fire Chief Darnell Fulham, DKPD Assistant Chief Greg Ivanov, Superior Court Chief Judge Asha Jackson, Superior Court Judge Courtney Johnson, Sherry Lake, Deputy Chief Assistant Solicitor General Dion McGee, Deputy Chief Assistant District Attorney Lisa Moultrie, Shamerical Rankin, Thomas Reynolds, Tony Roberts, Erica Antoinette Slayton, Commissioner Ted Terry, Lisa Wiley, DKPD Assistant Chief Michael Yarborough, and last but not least, Chief Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Stolarski, who is the chair for Justice Day. Your leadership and Justice Day committee members have done an amazing job today, and we cannot thank you enough. I have really enjoyed working with you on this day. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Roby Duchateau, our marketing and communications coordinator, for all your help. Thank you so much. Class, I want to take this opportunity to speak to all of you about class of 2022. Yes, that's right, class of 2022. Believe it or not, we have started the application process for Leadership DeKalb class of 2022. As a member of class of 2021, you can nominate one person for class of 2022. Think of a friend, a coworker, or someone in your community. I urge each one of you to nominate that one person who you think would be best for the class. I also want to let you know that we have 2 open houses that you can attend. First is on March 9th, and the second is on March 16th. They're both at 6 p.m. You can get all the information about application and nominations on the leadership website. With that, I want to remind all of you again, our follow-up session is on March 4th, 2021. If you have not yet RSVP'd, please do so. And do not forget to fill out the evaluations. The kind of day we have had, we cannot put this day together without your comments and without your reflections. So please fill out the evaluations when you get it this year. You will get it on Monday. Thank you and have a great weekend, everyone. We look forward to seeing you next week. I know you need to just relax now. So enjoy with your family. Have a great day.
Good night. Thank you.